Chapter 16 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 16. The Duc de Beaufort. The circumstances that had hastened the return of D'Artagnan to Paris were as follows. One evening, when Mazarin, according to custom, went to visit the queen, in passing the guard-chamber he heard loud voices. Wishing to know on what topic the soldiers were conversing, he approached with his wonted wolf-like step, pushed open the door, and put his head close to the chink. There was a dispute among the guards. "I tell you," one of them was saying, "that if Coysel predicted that, 'tis as good as true. I know nothing about it, but I've heard say that he's not only an astrologer, but a magician." "Deuce take it, friend, if he's one of thy friends thou wilt ruin him in saying so." "Why?" "Because he may be tried for it." "Ah, absurd! They don't burn sorcerers nowadays." "No? 'Tis not a long time since the late cardinal burnt Urban Grandier, though." "My friend Urban Grandier wasn't a sorcerer, he was a learned man. He didn't predict the future, he knew the past, often a more dangerous thing." Mazarin nodded an assent, but wishing to know what this prediction was, about which they disputed, he remained in the same place. "I don't say," resumed the guard, "that Coysel is not a sorcerer, but I say that if his prophecy gets wind, it's a sure way to prevent its coming true." "How so?" "Why, in this way. If Coysel says loud enough for the cardinal to hear him, on such or such a day such a prisoner will escape, 'tis plain that the cardinal will take measures of precaution and that the prisoner will not escape." "Good Lord!" said another guard, who might have been thought asleep on a bench, but who had lost not a syllable of the conversation. "Do you suppose that men can escape their destiny? If it is written yonder, in heaven, that the Duc de Beaufort is to escape, he will escape, and all the precautions of the cardinal will not prevent it." Mazarin started. He was an Italian and therefore superstitious. He walked straight into the midst of the guards, who on seeing him were silent. "What were you saying?" he asked with his flattering manner. "That Monsieur de Beaufort had escaped, were you not?" "Oh, no, my lord," said the incredulous soldier. "He's well guarded now; we only said he would escape." "Who said so?" "Repeat your story, Saint Laurent," replied the man, returning to the originator of the tale. "My lord," said the guard, "I have simply mentioned the prophecy I heard from a man named Coysel, who believes that, be he ever so closely watched and guarded, the Duke of Beaufort will escape before Whitsuntide." "Coysel is a madman," returned the cardinal. "No," replied the soldier, tenacious in his credulity. "He was foretold many things which have come to pass. For instance, that the queen would have a son, that Monsieur Coligny would be killed in a duel with the Duc de Guise, and finally that the coadjutor would be made cardinal. Well, the queen has not only one son, but two. Then Monsieur de Coligny was killed, and—" "Yes," said Mazarin, "but the coadjutor is not yet made cardinal." "No, my lord, but he will be," answered the guard. Mazarin made a grimace as if he meant to say, "But he does not wear the cardinal's cap." Then he added, "So, my friend, it's your opinion that Monsieur de Beaufort will escape?" "That's my idea, my lord, and if your eminence were to offer to make me at this moment governor of the castle of Vincennes, I should refuse it. After Whitsuntide it would be another thing." There's nothing so convincing as a firm conviction. It has its own effect upon the most incredulous, and far from being incredulous, Mazarin was superstitious. He went away thoughtful and anxious and returned to his own room, where he summoned Bernouin and desired him to fetch thither in the morning the special guard he had placed over Monsieur de Beaufort, and to awaken him whenever he should arrive. The guard had, in fact, touched the cardinal in the tenderest point. During the whole 5 years in which the Duc de Beaufort had been in prison, not a day had passed in which the cardinal had not felt a secret dread of his escape. It was not possible, as he knew well, to confine for the whole of his life the grandson of Henry IV, especially when this young prince was scarcely 30 years of age. But however and whensoever he did escape, what hatred he must cherish against him to whom he owed his long imprisonment, who had taken him, rich, brave, glorious, beloved by women, feared by men, to cut off his life's best, happiest years, for it is not life, it is merely existence, in prison. Meantime, Mazarin redoubled his surveillance over the duke; but like the miser in the fable, he could not sleep for thinking of his treasure. Often he awoke in the night, suddenly, dreaming that he had been robbed of Monsieur de Beaufort. Then he inquired about him and had the vexation of hearing that the prisoner played, drank, sang, but that whilst playing, drinking, singing, he often stopped short to vow that Mazarin should pay dear for all the amusements he had forced him to enter into at Vincennes. So much did this one idea haunt the cardinal even in his sleep, that when at 7 in the morning Bernouin came to arouse him, his first words were, "Well, what's the matter? Has Monsieur de Beaufort escaped from Vincennes?" "I do not think so, my lord," said Bernouin, "but you will hear about him, for La Ramee is here and awaits the commands of your eminence." "Tell him to come in," said Mazarin, arranging his pillows so that he might receive the visitor sitting up in bed. The officer entered, a large fat man with an open physiognomy. His air of perfect serenity made Mazarin uneasy. "Approach, sir," said the cardinal. The officer obeyed. "Do you know what they are saying here?" "No, your eminence." "Well, they say that Monsieur de Beaufort is going to escape from Vincennes, if he has not done so already." The officer's face expressed complete stupefaction. He opened at once his little eyes and his great mouth to inhale better the joke his eminence deigned to address to him, and ended by a burst of laughter, so violent that his great limbs shook in hilarity as they would have done in an ague. "Escape, my lord, escape! Your eminence does not then know where Monsieur de Beaufort is?" "Yes, I do, sir, in the Donjon of Vincennes." "Yes, sir, in a room the walls of which are 7 feet thick, with grated windows, each bar as thick as my arm." "Sir," replied Mazarin, "with perseverance one may penetrate through a wall; with a watch spring one may saw through an iron bar." "Then my lord does not know that there are 8 guards about him, 4 in his chamber, 4 in the antechamber, and that they never leave him." "But he leaves his room; he plays at tennis at the mall." "Sir, those amusements are allowed, but if your eminence wishes it, we will discontinue the permission." "No, no," cried Mazarin, fearing that should his prisoner ever leave his prison, he would be the more exasperated against him if he thus retrenched his amusement. He then asked with whom he played. "My lord, either with the officers of the guard, with the other prisoners, or with me." "But does he not approach the walls while playing?" "Your eminence doesn't know those walls. They are 60 feet high, and I doubt if Monsieur de Beaufort is sufficiently weary of life to risk his neck by jumping off." Said the cardinal, beginning to feel more comfortable. "You mean to say, then, my dear Monsieur la Ramee, that unless Monsieur de Beaufort can contrive to metamorphose himself into a little bird, I will continue answerable for him." "Take care, you assert a great deal," said Mazarin. Monsieur de Beaufort told the guards who took him to Vincennes that he had often thought what he should do in case he were put into prison, and that he had found out 40 ways of escaping. My lord, if among these 40 there had been one good way, he would have been out long ago. Come, come, not such a fool as I fancied, thought Mazarin. Besides, my lord must remember that Monsieur de Chavigny is governor of Vincennes, continued La Ramee, and that Monsieur de Chavigny is not friendly to Monsieur de Beaufort. Yes, but Monsieur de Chavigny is sometimes absent. When he is absent, I am there. But when you leave him, for instance? Oh, when I leave him, I place in my stead a bold fellow who aspires to be his majesty's special guard. I promise you he keeps a good watch over the prisoner. During the 3 weeks that he has been with me, I have only had to reproach him with one thing, being too severe with the prisoners. And who is this Cerberus? A certain Monsieur Grimaud, my lord. And what was he before he went to Vincennes? He was in the country, as I was told by the person who recommended him to me. And who recommended this man to you? The steward of the Duc de Ramon. He is not a gossip, I hope? Lord a mercy, my lord, I thought for a long time that he was dumb. He answers only by signs. It seems his former master accustomed him to that. Well, dear Monsieur la Ramee, replied the cardinal, let him prove a true and thankful keeper, and we will shut our eyes upon his rural misdeeds, and put on his back a uniform to make him respectable, and in the pockets of that uniform some pistoles to drink to the king's health. Mazarin was large in promises, quite unlike the virtuous Monsieur Grimaud, so bepraised by La Ramee, for he said nothing and did much. It was now 9 o'clock. The cardinal therefore got up, perfumed himself, dressed, and went to the queen to tell her what had detained him. The queen, who was scarcely less afraid of Monsieur de Beaufort than the cardinal himself, and who was almost as superstitious as he was, made him repeat word for word all La Ramee's praises of his deputy. Then, when the cardinal had ended, "Alas, sir, why have we not a Grimaud near every prince?" "Patience," replied Mazarin, with his Italian smile. "That may happen one day, but in the meantime—" "Well, in the meantime?" "I shall still take precautions." And he wrote to D'Artagnan to hasten his return. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 17. Describes how the Duc de Beaufort amused his leisure hours in the Donjon of Vincennes. The captive, who was the source of so much alarm to the cardinal, and whose means of escape disturbed the repose of the whole court, was wholly unconscious of the terror he caused at the Place Royale. He had found himself so strictly guarded that he soon perceived the fruitlessness of any attempt at escape. His vengeance, therefore, consisted in coining curses on the head of Mazarin. He even tried to make some verses on him, but soon gave up the attempt, for Monsieur de Beaufort had not only not received from heaven the gift of versifying, he had the greatest difficulty in expressing himself in prose. The duke was the grandson of Henry VI and Gabrielle d'Estrées, as good-natured, as brave, as proud, and above all as Gascon as his ancestor, but less elaborately educated. After having been for some time after the death of Louis XIII the favorite, the confidant, the first man, in short, at the court, he had been obliged to yield his place to Mazarin, and so became the second in influence and favor. And eventually, as he was stupid enough to be vexed at this change of position, the queen had him arrested and sent to Vincennes in charge of Guitant, who made his appearance in these pages in the beginning of this history, and whom we shall see again. It is understood, of course, that when we say the queen, Mazarin is meant. During the 5 years of this seclusion, which would have improved and matured the intellect of any other man, Monsieur de Beaufort, had he not affected to brave the cardinal, despise princes, and walk alone without adherents or disciples, would either have regained his liberty or made partisans. But these considerations never occurred to the duke, and every day the cardinal received fresh accounts of him which were as unpleasant as possible to the minister. After having failed in poetry, Monsieur de Beaufort tried drawing. He drew portraits with a piece of coal of the cardinal, and as his talents did not enable him to produce a very good likeness, he wrote under the picture that there might be little doubt regarding the original: Portrait of the illustrious coxcomb Mazarin. Monsieur de Chavigny, the governor of Vincennes, waited upon the duke to request that he would amuse himself in some other way, or that, at all events, if he drew likenesses, he would not put mottoes underneath them. The next day the prisoner's room was full of pictures and mottoes. Monsieur de Beaufort, in common with many other prisoners, was bent upon doing things that were prohibited, and the only resource the governor had was, one day when the duke was playing at tennis, to efface all these drawings, consisting chiefly of profiles. Monsieur de Beaufort did not venture to draw the cardinal's fat face. The duke thanked Monsieur de Chavigny for having, as he said, cleaned his drawing paper for him. He then divided the walls of his room into compartments and dedicated each of these compartments to some incident in Mazarin's life. In one was depicted the illustrious coxcomb receiving a shower of blows from Cardinal Bentivoglio, whose servant he had been; another, the illustrious Mazarin acting the part of Ignatius Loyola in a tragedy of that name; a third, the illustrious Mazarin stealing the portfolio of Prime Minister from Monsieur de Chavigny, who had expected to have it; a fourth, the illustrious coxcomb Mazarin refusing to give Laporte, the young king's valet, clean sheets, and saying that it was quite enough for the King of France to have clean sheets every 3 months. The governor, of course, thought proper to threaten his prisoner that if he did not give up drawing such pictures he should be obliged to deprive him of all the means of amusing himself in that manner. To this Monsieur de Beaufort replied that since every opportunity of distinguishing himself in arms was taken from him, he wished to make himself celebrated in the arts. Since he could not be a Bayard, he would become a Raphael or a Michelangelo. Nevertheless, one day when Monsieur de Beaufort was walking in the meadow, his fire was put out, his charcoal all removed, taken away, and thus his means of drawing utterly destroyed. The poor duke swore, fell into a rage, yelled, and declared that they wished to starve him to death, as they had starved the Marechal Ornano and the Grand Prior of Vendôme. But he refused to promise that he would not make any more drawings, and remained without any fire in the room all the winter. His next act was to purchase a dog from one of his keepers. With this animal, which he called Pistache, he was often shut up for hours alone, superintending, as everyone supposed, its education. At last, when Pistache was sufficiently well trained, Monsieur de Beaufort invited the governor and officers of Vincennes to attend a representation which he was going to have in his apartment. The party assembled, the room was lighted with wax lights, and the prisoner, with a bit of plaster he had taken out of the wall of his room, had traced a long white line, representing a cord, on the floor. Pistache, on a signal from his master, placed himself on this line, raised himself on his hind paws, and, holding in his front paws a wand with which clothes used to be beaten, he began to dance upon the line with as many contortions as a rope dancer. Having been several times up and down it, he gave the wand back to his master and began without hesitation to perform the same evolutions over again. The intelligent creature was received with loud applause. The first part of the entertainment being concluded, Pistache was desired to say what o'clock it was. He was shown Monsieur de Chavigny's watch. It was then 6:30. The dog raised and dropped his paw 6 times. The 7th he let it remain upraised. Nothing could be better done. A sundial could not have shown the hour with greater precision. Then the question was put to him who was the best jailer in all the prisons in France. The dog performed 3 evolutions round the circle and laid himself with the deepest respect at the feet of Monsieur de Chavigny, who at first seemed inclined to like the joke and laughed long and loud, but a frown succeeded, and he bit his lips with vexation. Then the duke put to Pistache this difficult question: who was the greatest thief in the world? Pistache went again round the circle, but stopped at no one, and at last went to the door and began to scratch and bark. "See, gentlemen," said Monsieur de Beaufort, "this wonderful animal, not finding here what I ask for, seeks it out of doors. You shall, however, have his answer. Pistache, my friend, come here. Is not the greatest thief in the world Monsieur, the king's secretary, Le Camus, who came to Paris with 20 francs in his pocket, and who now possesses 10 millions?" The dog shook his head. "Then is it not," resumed the duke, "the superintendent Emery, who gave his son, when he was married, 300,000 francs and a house, compared to which the Tuileries are a heap of ruins and the Louvre a paltry building?" The dog again shook his head, as if to say, "No." "Then," said the prisoner, "let's think who it can be." "Can it possibly be the illustrious coxcomb Mazarin de Piscina, eh?" Pistache made violent signs that it was, by raising and lowering his head 8 or 10 times successively. "Gentlemen, you see," said the duke to those present, who dared not even smile, "that it is the illustrious coxcomb who is the greatest thief in the world, at least according to Pistache. Let us go on to another of his exercises. Gentlemen." There was a profound silence in the room when the duke again addressed them. "Do you not remember that the Duc de Guise taught all the dogs in Paris to jump for Mademoiselle de Pont, whom he styled the fairest of the fair? Pistache is going to show you how superior he is to all other dogs. Monsieur de Chavigny, be so good as to lend me your cane." Monsieur de Chavigny handed his cane to Monsieur de Beaufort. Monsieur de Beaufort placed it horizontally at the height of 1 foot. "Now, Pistache, my good dog, jump the height of this cane for Madame de Montbazon." "But," interposed Monsieur de Chavigny, "it seems to me that Pistache is only doing what other dogs have done when they jumped for Mademoiselle de Pont." "Stop," said the duke. "Pistache, jump for the queen." And he raised his cane 6 inches higher. The dog sprang, and in spite of the height jumped lightly over it. "And now," said the duke, raising it still 6 inches higher, "jump for the king." The dog obeyed and jumped quickly over the cane. "Now then," said the duke, and as he spoke lowered the cane almost level with the ground. Pistache, my friend, jump for the illustrious coxcomb Mazarin de Piscina." The dog turned his back to the cane. "What?" asked the duke. "What do you mean?" And he gave him the cane again, first making a semicircle from the head to the tail of Pistache. "Jump, then, Monsieur Pistache." But Pistache, as at first, turned round on his legs and stood with his back to the cane. Monsieur de Beaufort made the experiment a third time, but by this time Pistache's patience was exhausted. He threw himself furiously upon the cane, wrested it from the hands of the prince, and broke it with his teeth. Monsieur de Beaufort took the pieces out of his mouth and presented them with great formality to Monsieur de Chavigny, saying that for that evening the entertainment was ended, but in 3 months it should be repeated, when Pistache would have learned a few new tricks. 3 days afterwards Pistache was found dead, poisoned. Then the duke said openly that his dog had been killed by a drug with which they meant to poison him, and one day after dinner he went to bed, calling out that he had pains in his stomach and that Mazarin had poisoned him. This fresh impertinence reached the ears of the cardinal and alarmed him greatly. The Donjon of Vincennes was considered very unhealthy, and Madame de Rambouillet had said that the room in which the Marechal Ornano and the Grand Prior de Vendôme had died was worth its weight in arsenic, a bon mot which had great success. So it was ordered the prisoner was henceforth to eat nothing that had not previously been tasted, and La Ramee was in consequence placed near him as taster. Every kind of revenge was practiced upon the duke by the governor in return for the insults of the innocent Pistache. De Chavigny, who, according to report, was a son of Richelieu's, and had been a creature of the late cardinal's, understood tyranny. He took from the duke all the steel knives and silver forks and replaced them with silver knives and wooden forks, pretending that as he had been informed that the duke was to pass all his life at Vincennes, he was afraid of his prisoner attempting suicide. A fortnight afterward the duke, going to the tennis court, found 2 rows of trees about the size of his little finger planted by the roadside. He asked what they were for, and was told that they were to shade him from the sun on some future day. One morning the gardener went to him and told him, as if to please him, that he was going to plant a bed of asparagus for his especial use. Now, since, as everyone knows, asparagus takes 4 years in coming to perfection, this civility infuriated Monsieur de Beaufort. At last his patience was exhausted. He assembled his keepers, and notwithstanding his well-known difficulty of utterance, addressed them as follows: "Gentlemen, will you permit a grandson of Henry IV to be overwhelmed with insults and ignominy? Odds fish, as my grandfather used to say, I once reigned in Paris. Do you know that? I had the king and monsieur the whole of one day in my care. The queen at that time liked me and called me the most honest man in the kingdom. Gentlemen and citizens, set me free. I shall go to the Louvre and strangle Mazarin. You shall be my bodyguard. I will make you all captains, with good pensions. Odds fish! On! March forward!" But, eloquent as he might be, the eloquence of the grandson of Henry IV did not touch those hearts of stone. Not one man stirred, so Monsieur de Beaufort was obliged to be satisfied with calling them all kinds of rascals underneath the sun. Sometimes, when Monsieur de Chavigny paid him a visit, the duke used to ask him what he should think if he saw an army of Parisians, all fully armed, appear at Vincennes to deliver him from prison. "My lord," answered de Chavigny with a low bow, "I have on the ramparts 20 pieces of artillery and in my casemates 30,000 guns. I should bombard the troops till not one grain of gunpowder was unexploded." "Yes, but after you had fired off your 30,000 guns, they would take the donjon. The donjon being taken, I should be obliged to let them hang you, at which I should be most unhappy, certainly." And in his turn the duke bowed low to Monsieur de Chavigny. "For myself, on the other hand, my lord," returned the governor, "when the first rebel should pass the threshold of my postern doors, I should be obliged to kill you with my own hand, since you were confided peculiarly to my care, and as I am obliged to give you up, dead or alive." And once more he bowed low before his highness. These bittersweet pleasantries lasted 10 minutes, sometimes longer, but always finished thus. Monsieur de Chavigny, turning toward the door, used to call out, "Halloo, La Ramee!" La Ramee came into the room. "La Ramee, I recommend Monsieur le Duc to you, particularly. Treat him as a man of his rank and family ought to be treated, that is, never leave him alone an instant. La Ramee became therefore the duke's dinner guest by compulsion, an eternal keeper, the shadow of his person. But La Ramee, gay, frank, convivial, fond of play, a great hand at tennis, had one defect in the duke's eyes, his incorruptibility. Now, although La Ramee appreciated, as of a certain value, the honor of being shut up with a prisoner of so great importance, still the pleasure of living in intimacy with the grandson of Henry IV hardly compensated for the loss of that which he had experienced in going from time to time to visit his family. One may be a jailer or a keeper, and at the same time a good father and husband. La Ramee adored his wife and children, whom now he could only catch a glimpse of from the top of the wall, when in order to please him they used to walk on the opposite side of the moat. 'Twas too brief an enjoyment, and La Ramee felt that the gaiety of heart he had regarded as the cause of health, of which it was perhaps rather the result, would not long survive such a mode of life. He accepted therefore with delight an offer made to him by his friend the steward of the Duc de Ramon, to give him a substitute. He also spoke of it to Monsieur de Chavigny, who promised that he would not oppose it in any way, that is, if he approved of the person proposed. We consider it useless to draw a physical or moral portrait of Grimaud. If, as we hope, our readers have not wholly forgotten the first part of this work, they must have preserved a clear idea of that estimable individual, who is wholly unchanged, except that he is 20 years older, an advance in life that has made him only more silent, although, since the change that had been working in himself, Athos had given Grimaud permission to speak. But Grimaud had for 12 or 15 years preserved habitual silence, and a habit of 15 or 20 years' duration becomes second nature. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 18. Grimaud begins his functions. Grimaud thereupon presented himself with his smooth exterior at the Donjon of Vincennes. Now Monsieur de Chavigny piqued himself on his infallible penetration, for that which almost proved that he was the son of Richelieu was his everlasting pretension. He examined attentively the countenance of the applicant for place, and fancied that the contracted eyebrows, thin lips, hooked nose, and prominent cheekbones of Grimaud were favorable signs. He addressed about 12 words to him. Grimaud answered in 4. "Here's a promising fellow, and it is I who have found out his merits," said Monsieur de Chavigny. "Go," he added, "and make yourself agreeable to Monsieur la Ramee, and tell him that you suit me in all respects." Grimaud had every quality that could attract a man on duty who wishes to have a deputy; so, after 1,000 questions which met with only a word in reply, La Ramee, fascinated by this sobriety in speech, rubbed his hands and engaged Grimaud. "My orders?" asked Grimaud. "They are these: never to leave the prisoner alone, to keep away from him every pointed or cutting instrument, and to prevent his conversing any length of time with the keepers." "Those are all?" asked Grimaud. "All now," replied La Ramee. "Good," answered Grimaud, and he went right to the prisoner. The duke was in the act of combing his beard, which he had allowed to grow as well as his hair, in order to reproach Mazarin with his wretched appearance and condition. But having some days previously seen from the top of the donjon Madame de Montbazon pass in her carriage, and still cherishing an affection for that beautiful woman, he did not wish to be to her what he wished to be to Mazarin, and, in the hopes of seeing her again, had asked for a leaden comb, which was allowed him. The comb was to be a leaden one, because his beard, like that of most fair people, was rather red. He therefore dyed it thus whilst combing it. As Grimaud entered, he saw this comb on the tea-table. He took it up, and as he took it, he made a low bow. The duke looked at this strange figure with surprise. The figure put the comb in its pocket. "Oh, hey, what's that?" cried the duke. "Who is this creature?" Grimaud did not answer, but bowed a second time. "Art thou dumb?" cried the duke. Grimaud made a sign that he was not. "What art thou, then? Answer, I command thee," said the duke. "A keeper," replied Grimaud. "A keeper?" reiterated the duke. "There was nothing wanting in my collection except this gallows bird. Halloo, La Ramee! Some one!" La Ramee ran in haste to obey the call. "Who is this wretch who takes my comb and puts it in his pocket?" asked the duke. "One of your guards, my prince, a man of talent and merit whom you will like, as I and Monsieur de Chavigny do, I am sure." "Why does he take my comb?" "Why do you take my lord's comb?" asked La Ramee. Grimaud drew the comb from his pocket and passing his fingers over the largest teeth, pronounced this one word: "Pointed." "True," said La Ramee. "What does the animal say?" asked the duke. "That the king has forbidden your lordship to have any pointed instrument." "Are you mad, La Ramee? You yourself gave me this comb." "I was very wrong, my lord, for in giving it to you I acted in opposition to my orders." The duke looked furiously at Grimaud. "I perceive that this creature will be my particular aversion," he muttered. Grimaud, nevertheless, was resolved for certain reasons not at once to come to a full rupture with the prisoner. He wanted to inspire not a sudden repugnance, but a good, sound, steady hatred. He retired, therefore, and gave place to 4 guards, who, having breakfasted, could attend on the prisoner. A fresh practical joke now occurred to the duke. He had asked for crawfish for his breakfast on the following morning. He intended to pass the day in making a small gallows and hang one of the finest of these fish in the middle of his room, the red collar evidently conveying an allusion to the cardinal, so that he might have the pleasure of hanging Mazarin in effigy without being accused of having hung anything more significant than a crawfish. The day was employed in preparations for the execution. Everyone grows childish in prison, but the character of Monsieur de Beaufort was particularly disposed to become so. In the course of his morning's walk he collected 2 or 3 small branches from a tree and found a small piece of broken glass, a discovery that quite delighted him. When he came home he formed his handkerchief into a loop. Nothing of all this escaped Grimaud, but La Ramee looked on with the curiosity of a father who thinks that he may perhaps get a cheap idea concerning a new toy for his children. The guards looked on with indifference. When everything was ready, the gallows hung in the middle of the room, the loop made, and when the duke had cast a glance upon the plate of crawfish, in order to select the finest specimen among them, he looked around for his piece of glass. It had disappeared. "Who has taken my piece of glass?" asked the duke, frowning. Grimaud made a sign to denote that he had done so. "What, thou again? Why didst thou take it?" "Yes, why?" asked La Ramee. Grimaud, who held the piece of glass in his hand, said, "Sharp." "True, my lord," exclaimed La Ramee. "Ah, deuce take it, we have a precious fellow here." "Monsieur Grimaud," said the duke, "for your sake, I beg of you, never come within the reach of my fist." "Hush, hush!" cried La Ramee. "Give me your gibbet, my lord, I will shape it out for you with my knife." And he took the gibbet and shaped it out as neatly as possible. "That's it," said the duke. "Now make me a little hole in the floor, whilst I go and fetch the culprit." La Ramee knelt down and made a hole in the floor. Meanwhile the duke hung the crawfish up by a thread. Then he placed the gibbet in the middle of the room, bursting with laughter. La Ramee laughed also, and the guards laughed in chorus. Grimaud, however, did not even smile. He approached La Ramee, and showing him the crawfish hung up by the thread: "Cardinal," he said. "Hung by orders of his highness the Duc de Beaufort," cried the prisoner, laughing violently, "and by Master Jacques Chrysostome La Ramee, the king's commissioner." La Ramee uttered a cry of horror and rushed toward the gibbet, which he broke at once, and threw the pieces out of the window. He was going to throw the crawfish out also, when Grimaud snatched it from his hands. "Good to eat," he said, and put it in his pocket. This scene so enchanted the duke that at the moment he forgave Grimaud for his part in it, but on reflection he hated him more and more, being convinced he had some evil motive for his conduct. But the story of the crab made a great noise through the interior of the donjon and even outside. Monsieur de Chavigny, who at heart detested the cardinal, took pains to tell the story to 2 or 3 friends who put it into immediate circulation. The prisoner happened to remark among the guards one man with a very good countenance, and he favored this man the more as Grimaud became the more and more odious to him. One morning he took this man on one side and had succeeded in speaking to him, when Grimaud entered, and seeing what was going on, approached the duke respectfully, but took the guard by the arm. "Go away," he said. The guard obeyed. "You are insupportable," cried the duke. "I shall beat you." Grimaud bowed. "I will break every bone in your body," cried the duke. Grimaud bowed, but stepped back. "Mr. Spy!" cried the duke, more and more enraged. "I will strangle you with my own hands." And he extended his hands toward Grimaud, who merely thrust the guard out and shut the door behind him. At the same time he felt the duke's arms on his shoulders like two iron claws; but instead either of calling out or defending himself, he placed his forefinger on his lips and said in a low tone, "Hush!" smiling as he uttered the word. A gesture, a smile and a word from Grimaud all at once were so unusual that his highness stopped short, astounded. Grimaud took advantage of that instant to draw from his vest a charming little note with an aristocratic seal, and presented it to the duke without a word. The duke, more and more bewildered, let Grimaud loose and took the note. "From Madame de Montbazon?" he cried. Grimaud nodded assent. The duke tore open the note, passed his hands over his eyes, for he was dazzled and confused, and read: "My dear Duke, you may entirely confide in the brave lad who will give you this note. He has consented to enter the service of your keeper and to shut himself up at Vincennes with you, in order to prepare and assist your escape, which we are contriving. The moment of your deliverance is at hand. Have patience and courage, and remember that in spite of time and absence, all your friends continue to cherish for you the sentiments they have so long professed and truly entertained. Yours wholly and most affectionately, Marie de Montbazon. P.S. I sign my full name, for I should be vain if I could suppose that after 5 years of absence you would remember my initials." The poor duke became perfectly giddy. What for 5 years he had been wanting, a faithful servant, a friend, a helping hand, seemed to have fallen from heaven just when he expected it the least. "Oh, dearest Marie, she thinks of me, then, after 5 years of separation! Heavens, there is constancy!" Then, turning to Grimaud, he said, "And thou, my brave fellow, thou consentest thus to aid me?" Grimaud signified his assent. "And you have come here with that purpose?" Grimaud repeated the sign. "And I was ready to strangle you!" cried the duke. Grimaud smiled. "Wait, then," said the duke, fumbling in his pocket. "Wait," he continued, renewing his fruitless search. "It shall not be said that such devotion to a grandson of Henry IV went without recompense." The duke's endeavors evinced the best intention in the world, but one of the precautions taken at Vincennes was that of allowing prisoners to keep no money. Whereupon Grimaud, observing the duke's disappointment, drew from his pocket a purse filled with gold and handed it to him. "Here is what you are looking for," he said. The duke opened the purse and wanted to empty it into Grimaud's hands, but Grimaud shook his head. "Thank you, monseigneur," he said, drawing back. "I am paid." The duke went from one surprise to another. He held out his hand. Grimaud drew near and kissed it respectfully. The grand manner of Athos had left its mark on Grimaud. "What shall we do, and when, and how proceed?" "It is now 11," answered Grimaud. "Let my lord at 2 o'clock ask leave to make up a game at tennis with La Ramee, and let him send 2 or 3 balls over the ramparts." "And then?" "Your highness will approach the walls and call out to a man who works in the moat to send them back again." "I understand," said the duke. Grimaud made a sign that he was going away. "Ah!" cried the duke, "will you not accept any money from me?" "I wish my lord would make me one promise." "What? Speak." "'Tis this: when we escape together, that I shall go everywhere and be always first; for if my lord should be overtaken and caught, there's every chance of his being brought back to prison, whereas if I am caught, the least that can befall me is to be hung." "True; on my honor as a gentleman, it shall be as thou dost suggest." "Now," resumed Grimaud, "I have only one thing more to ask, that your highness will continue to detest me." "I'll try," said the duke. At this moment La Ramee, after the interview we have described with the cardinal, entered the room. The duke had thrown himself, as he was wont to do in moments of dullness and vexation, on his bed. La Ramee cast an inquiring look around him, and observing the same signs of antipathy between the prisoner and his guardian, he smiled in token of his inward satisfaction. Then, turning to Grimaud: "Very good, my friend, very good. You have been spoken of in a promising quarter, and you will soon, I hope, have news that will be agreeable to you." Grimaud saluted in his politest manner and withdrew, as was his custom on the entrance of his superior. "Well, my lord," said La Ramee, with his rude laugh, "you will set yourself against this poor fellow?" "So, 'tis you, La Ramee. In faith, 'tis time you came back again. I threw myself on the bed and turned my nose to the wall, that I mightn't break my promise and strangle Grimaud." "I doubt, however," said La Ramee, in sprightly allusion to the silence of his subordinate, "if he has said anything disagreeable to your highness." "Pardieu, you are right, a mute from the East. I swear it was time for you to come back, La Ramee, and I was eager to see you again." "Monseigneur is too good," said La Ramee, flattered by the compliment. "Yes," continued the duke, "really I feel bored today beyond the power of description." "Then let us have a match in the tennis court," exclaimed La Ramee. "If you wish it." "I am at your service, my lord." "I protest, my dear La Ramee," said the duke, "that you are a charming fellow and that I would stay forever at Vincennes to have the pleasure of your society." "My lord," replied La Ramee, "I think if it depended on the cardinal your wishes would be fulfilled." "What do you mean? Have you seen him lately?" "He sent for me today." "Really? To speak to you about me?" "Of what else do you imagine he would speak to me? Really, my lord, you are his nightmare." The duke smiled with bitterness. "Ah, La Ramee, if you would but accept my offers, I would make your fortune." "How? You would no sooner have left prison than your goods would be confiscated." "I shall no sooner be out of prison than I shall be master of Paris." "Pshaw! I cannot hear such things said as that. This is a fine conversation with an officer of the king. I see, my lord, I shall be obliged to fetch a second Grimaud." "Very well, let us say no more about it. So you and the cardinal have been talking about me. La Ramee, some day when he sends for you, you must let me put on your clothes. I will go in your stead. I will strangle him, and upon my honor, if that is made a condition, I will return to prison." "Monseigneur, I see well that I must call Grimaud." "Well, I am wrong. And what did the quaestor say about me?" "I admit the word, monseigneur, because it rhymes with minister. What did he say to me? He told me to watch you." "And why so? Why watch me?" asked the duke uneasily. "Because an astrologer had predicted that you would escape." "Ah, an astrologer predicted that?" said the duke, starting in spite of himself. "Ah, mon Dieu, yes, those imbeciles of magicians can only imagine things to torment other people." "And what did you reply to his most illustrious eminence?" "That if the astrologer in question made almanacs, I would advise him not to buy one." "Why not?" "Because before you could escape you would have to be turned into a bird." "Unfortunately, that is true. Let us go and have a game at tennis, La Ramee." "My lord, I beg your highness's pardon, but I must beg for half an hour's leave of absence." "Why?" "Because Monseigneur Mazarin is a prouder man than his highness, though not of such high birth. He forgot to ask me to breakfast." "Well, shall I send for some breakfast here?" "No, my lord. I must tell you that the confectioner who lived opposite the castle, Denis Marteau as they called him—" "Well?" "Well, he sold his business a week ago to a confectioner from Paris, an invalid, ordered country air for his health." "Well, what have I to do with that?" "Why, good Lord! This man, your highness, when he saw me stop before his shop, where he has a display of things which would make your mouth water, my lord, asked me to get him the custom of the prisoners in the Donjon. 'I bought,' said he, 'the business of my predecessor on the strength of his assurance that he supplied the castle; whereas, on my honor, Monsieur de Chavigny, though I have been here a week, has not ordered so much as a tartlet.' 'But,' I then replied, 'probably Monsieur de Chavigny is afraid your pastry is not good.' 'My pastry not good? Well, Monsieur la Ramee, You shall judge of it yourself, and at once." "I cannot," I replied. "It is absolutely necessary for me to return to the chateau." "Very well," said he. "Go and attend to your affairs, since you seem to be in a hurry, but come back in half an hour." "In half an hour?" "Yes. Have you breakfasted?" "Faith, no." "Well, here is a pate that will be ready for you, with a bottle of old Burgundy." "So you see, my lord, since I am hungry, I would, with your highness's leave—" And La Ramee bent low. "Go then, animal," said the duke, "but remember I only allow you half an hour." "May I promise your custom to the successor of Father Marteau, my lord?" "Yes, if he does not put mushrooms in his pies. Thou knowest that mushrooms from the wood of Vincennes are fatal to my family." La Ramee went out, but in 5 minutes one of the officers of the guard entered in compliance with strict orders of the cardinal that the prisoner should never be left alone a moment. But during these 5 minutes the duke had had time to read again the note from Madame de Montbazon, which proved to the prisoner that his friends were concerting plans for his deliverance, but in what way he knew not. But his confidence in Grimaud, whose petty persecutions he now perceived were only a blind, increased, and he conceived the highest opinion of his intellect and resolved to trust entirely to his guidance. Chapter 19 of 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 19, in which the contents of the pâtés made by the successor of Father Marteau are described. In half an hour La Ramee returned, full of glee, like most men who have eaten, and more especially drank, to their heart's content. The pâtés were excellent, the wine delicious. The weather was fine and the game at tennis took place in the open air. At 2 o'clock the tennis balls began, according to Grimaud's directions, to take the direction of the moat, much to the joy of La Ramee, who marked 15 whenever the duke sent a ball into the moat, and very soon balls were wanting, so many had gone over. La Ramee then proposed to send someone to pick them up, but the duke remarked that it would be losing time, and going near the rampart himself and looking over, he saw a man working in one of the numerous little gardens cleared out by the peasants on the opposite side of the moat. "Hey, friend!" cried the duke. The man raised his head, and the duke was about to utter a cry of surprise. The peasant, the gardener, was Rochefort, whom he believed to be in the Bastille. "Well, who's up there?" said the man. "Be so good as to collect and throw us back our balls," said the duke. The gardener nodded and began to fling up the balls, which were picked up by La Ramee and the guard. One, however, fell at the duke's feet, and seeing that it was intended for him, he put it into his pocket. La Ramee was in ecstasies at having beaten a prince of the blood. The duke went indoors and retired to bed, where he spent, indeed, the greater part of every day, as they had taken his books away. La Ramee carried off all his clothes, in order to be certain that the duke would not stir. However, the duke contrived to hide the ball under his bolster, and as soon as the door was closed he tore off the cover of the ball with his teeth, and found underneath the following letter: My lord, your friends are watching over you, and the hour of your deliverance is at hand. Ask day after tomorrow to have a pie supplied you by the new confectioner opposite the castle, and who is no other than Noirmont, your former maître d'hôtel. Do not open the pie till you are alone. I hope you will be satisfied with its contents. Your Highness's most devoted servant, in the Bastille as elsewhere, Comte de Rochefort. The duke, who had latterly been allowed a fire, burned the letter, but kept the ball, and went to bed, hiding the ball under his bolster. La Ramee entered. He smiled kindly on the prisoner, for he was an excellent man and had taken a great liking for the captive prince. He endeavored to cheer him up in his solitude. "Ah, my friend," cried the duke, "you are so good! If I could but do as you do, and eat pâtés and drink Burgundy at the house of Father Marteau's successor." "'Tis true, my lord," answered La Ramee, "that his pâtés are famous and his wine magnificent." "In any case," said the duke, "his cellar and kitchen might easily excel those of Monsieur de Chavigny. "Well, my lord," said La Ramee, falling into the trap, "what is there to prevent your trying them? Besides, I have promised him your patronage." "You are right," said the duke. "If I am to remain here permanently, as Monsieur Mazarin has kindly given me to understand, I must provide myself with a diversion for my old age. I must turn gourmand." "My lord," said La Ramee, "if you will take a bit of good advice, don't put that off till you are old." "Good," said the Duc de Beaufort to himself. "Every man, in order that he may lose his heart and soul, must receive from celestial bounty one of the 7 capital sins, perhaps 2. It seems that Master La Ramee's is gluttony. Let us then take advantage of it." Then, aloud, "Well, my dear La Ramee, the day after tomorrow is a holiday." "Yes, my lord, Pentecost." "Will you give me a lesson the day after tomorrow?" "In what?" "In gastronomy?" "Willingly, my lord." "But tete-a-tete. Send the guards to take their meal in the canteen of Monsieur de Chavigny. We'll have a supper here under your direction." "Hum!" said La Ramee. The proposal was seductive, but La Ramee was an old stager, acquainted with all the traps a prisoner was likely to set. Monsieur de Beaufort had said that he had 40 ways of getting out of prison. Did this proposed breakfast cover some stratagem? He reflected, but he remembered that he himself would have charge of the food and the wine, and therefore that no powder could be mixed with the food, no drug with the wine. As to getting him drunk, the duke couldn't hope to do that, and he laughed at the mere thought of it. Then an idea came to him which harmonized everything. The duke had followed with anxiety La Ramee's unspoken soliloquy, reading it from point to point upon his face. But presently the exempt's face suddenly brightened. "Well," he asked, "that will do, will it not?" "Yes, my lord, on one condition." "What?" "That Grimaud shall wait on us at table." Nothing could be more agreeable to the duke; however, he had presence of mind enough to exclaim: "To the devil with your Grimaud! He will spoil the feast." "I will direct him to stand behind your chair, and since he doesn't speak, your highness will neither see nor hear him, and with a little effort can imagine him 100 miles away." "Do you know, my friend, I find one thing very evident in all this: you distrust me." "My lord, the day after tomorrow is Pentecost." "Well, what is Pentecost to me? Are you afraid that the Holy Spirit will come as a tongue of fire to open the doors of my prison?" "No, my lord, but I have already told you what that damned magician predicted." "And what was it?" "That the day of Pentecost would not pass without your highness being out of Vincennes." "You believe in sorcerers, then, you fool?" I mind them no more than that." And he snapped his fingers. "But it is my Lord Giulio who cares about them. As an Italian he is superstitious." The duke shrugged his shoulders. "Well then," with well-acted good humor, "I allow Grimaud, but no one else. You must manage it all. Order whatever you like for supper. The only thing I specify is one of those pies, and tell the confectioner that I will promise him my custom if he excels this time in his pies, not only now, but when I leave my prison." "Then you think you will some day leave it?" said La Ramee. "The devil!" replied the prince. "Surely at the death of Mazarin. I am 15 years younger than he is. At Vincennes, 'tis true, one lives faster." "My lord," replied La Ramee, "my lord——" "Or dies sooner, for it comes to the same thing." La Ramee was going out. He stopped, however, at the door for an instant. "Whom does your highness wish me to send to you?" "Any one, except Grimaud." "The officer of the guard, then, with his chessboard?" "Yes." 5 minutes afterward the officer entered, and the duke seemed to be immersed in the sublime combinations of chess. A strange thing is the mind, and it is wonderful what revolutions may be wrought in it by a sign, a word, a hope. The duke had been 5 years in prison, and now to him, looking back upon them, those 5 years, which had passed so slowly, seemed not so long a time as were the 2 days, the 48 hours, which still parted him from the time fixed for his escape. Besides, there was one thing that engaged his most anxious thought. In what way was the escape to be effected? They had told him to hope for it, but had not told him what was to be hidden in the mysterious pate. And what friends awaited him without? He had friends, then, after 5 years in prison? If that were so, he was indeed a highly favored prince. He forgot that besides his friends of his own sex, a woman, strange to say, had remembered him. It is true that she had not, perhaps, been scrupulously faithful to him, but she had remembered him. That was something. So the duke had more than enough to think about. Accordingly, he fared at chess as he had fared at tennis. He made blunder upon blunder, and the officer with whom he played found him easy game. But his successive defeats did service to the duke in one way. They killed time for him till 8 o'clock in the evening. Then would come night, and with night sleep. So at least the duke believed. But sleep is a capricious fairy, and it is precisely when one invokes her presence that she is most likely to keep him waiting. The duke waited until midnight, turning on his mattress like Saint Laurent on his gridiron. Finally he slept. But at daybreak he awoke. Wild dreams had disturbed his repose. He dreamt that he was endowed with wings. He wished to fly away. For a time these wings supported him, but when he reached a certain height this new aid failed him. His wings were broken and he seemed to sink into a bottomless abyss, whence he awoke, bathed in perspiration and nearly as much overcome as if he had really fallen. He fell asleep again, and another vision appeared. He was in a subterranean passage by which he was to leave Vincennes. Grimaud was walking before him with a lantern. By degrees the passage narrowed, yet the duke continued his course. At last it became so narrow that the fugitive tried in vain to proceed. The sides of the walls seemed to close in, even to press against him. He made fruitless efforts to go on. It was impossible. Nevertheless, he still saw Grimaud with his lantern in front, advancing. He wished to call out to him, but could not utter a word. Then, at the other extremity, he heard the footsteps of those who were pursuing him. These steps came on, came fast. He was discovered, all hope of flight was gone. Still the walls seemed to be closing on him. They appeared to be in concert with his enemies. At last he heard the voice of La Ramee. La Ramee took his hand and laughed aloud. He was captured again, and conducted to the low and vaulted chamber in which Ornano, Puylaurens, and his uncle had died. Their 3 graves were there, rising above the ground, and a 4th was also there, yawning for its ghastly tenant. The duke was obliged to make as many efforts to awake as he had done to go to sleep, and La Ramee found him so pale and fatigued that he inquired whether he was ill. "In fact," said one of the guards, who had remained in the chamber and had been kept awake by a toothache, brought on by the dampness of the atmosphere, "my lord has had a very restless night, and 2 or 3 times, while dreaming, he called for help." "What is the matter with your highness?" asked La Ramee. "'Tis your fault, you simpleton," answered the duke. "With your idle nonsense yesterday about escaping, you worried me so that I dreamt that I was trying to escape, and broke my neck in doing so." La Ramee laughed. "Come," he said, "'tis a warning from heaven. Never commit such an imprudence as to try to escape, except in your dreams." "And you're right, my dear La Ramee," said the duke, wiping away the sweat that stood on his brow, wide awake though he was. "After this I will think of nothing but eating and drinking." "Hush!" said La Ramee, and one by one he sent away the guards on various pretexts. "Well?" asked the duke when they were alone. "Well," replied La Ramee, "your supper is ordered." "Ah! and what is it to be? Monsieur, my major domo, will there be a pie?" "I should think so indeed, almost as high as a tower." "You told him it was for me?" "Yes, and he said he would do his best to please your highness." "Good!" exclaimed the duke, rubbing his hands. "Devil take it, my lord, what a gourmand you're growing! I haven't seen you with so cheerful a face these 5 years." The duke saw that he had not controlled himself as he ought, but at that moment, as if he had listened at the door and comprehended the urgent need of diverting La Ramee's ideas, Grimaud entered and made a sign to La Ramee that he had something to say to him. La Ramee drew near to Grimaud, who spoke to him in a low voice. The duke meanwhile recovered his self-control. "I have already forbidden that man," he said, "to come in here without my permission." "You must pardon him, my lord," said La Ramee, "for I directed him to come." "And why did you so direct, when you know that he displeases me?" My lord will remember that it was agreed between us that he should wait upon us at that famous supper. My lord has forgotten the supper." "No, but I have forgotten Monsieur Grimaud." "My lord understands that there can be no supper unless he is allowed to be present." "Go on, then, have it your own way." "Come here, my lad," said La Ramee, "and hear what I have to say." Grimaud approached with a very sullen expression on his face. La Ramee continued: "My lord has done me the honor to invite me to a supper tomorrow, en tete-a-tete." Grimaud made a sign which meant that he didn't see what that had to do with him. "Yes, yes," said La Ramee, "the matter concerns you, for you will have the honor to serve us; and besides, however good an appetite we may have and however great our thirst, there will be something left on the plates and in the bottles, and that something will be yours." Grimaud bowed in thanks. "And now," said La Ramee, "I must ask your highness's pardon, but it seems that Monsieur de Chavigny is to be away for a few days, and he has sent me word that he has certain directions to give me before his departure." The duke tried to exchange a glance with Grimaud, but there was no glance in Grimaud's eyes. "Go, then," said the duke, "and return as soon as possible." "Does your highness wish to take revenge for the game of tennis yesterday?" Grimaud intimated by a scarcely perceptible nod that he should consent. "Yes," said the duke; "but take care, my dear La Ramee, for I propose to beat you badly." La Ramee went out. Grimaud looked after him, and when the door was closed he drew out of his pocket a pencil and a sheet of paper. "Write, my lord," he said. "And what?" Grimaud dictated. "All is ready for tomorrow evening. Keep watch from 7 to 9. Have 2 riding horses ready. We shall descend by the first window in the gallery." "What next?" "Sign your name, my lord." The duke signed. "Now, my lord, give me, if you have not lost it, the ball, that which contained the letter." The duke took it from under his pillow and gave it to Grimaud. Grimaud gave a grim smile. "Well?" asked the duke. "Well, my lord, I sew up the paper in the ball, and you, in your game of tennis, will send the ball into the ditch." "But will it not be lost?" "Oh, no, there will be someone at hand to pick it up." "A gardener?" Grimaud nodded. "The same as yesterday?" Another nod on the part of Grimaud. "The Count de Rochefort?" Grimaud nodded the third time. "Come now," said the duke, "give some particulars of the plan of our escape." "That is forbidden me," said Grimaud, "until the last moment." "Who will be waiting for me beyond the ditch?" "I know nothing about it, my lord." "But at least, if you don't want to see me turn crazy, tell what that famous pate will contain." "2 poniards, a knotted rope and a poire d'angoisse." [Footnote: This poire d'angoisse was a famous gag, in the form of a pear, which, being thrust into the mouth by the aid of a spring, dilated, so as to distend the jaws to their greatest width. End footnote.] "Yes, I understand." "My lord observes that there will be enough to go around." "We shall take to ourselves the poniards and the rope," replied the duke. "And make La Ramee eat the pear," answered Grimaud. "My dear Grimaud, thou speakest seldom, but when thou dost, one must do thee justice. Thy words are words of gold." Chapter 19.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 20. One of Marie Michon's Adventures. Whilst these projects were being formed by the Duc de Beaufort and Grimaud, the Comte de la Fère and the Vicomte de Bragelonne were entering Paris by the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Marcel. They stopped at the sign of the Fox, in the Rue du Vieux Colombier, a tavern known for many years by Athos, and asked for 2 bedrooms. "You must dress yourself, Raoul," said Athos. "I am going to present you to someone." "Today, monsieur?" asked the young man. "In half an hour." The young man bowed. Perhaps, not being endowed with the endurance of Athos, who seemed to be made of iron, he would have preferred a bath in the river Seine, of which he had heard so much, and afterwards his bed. But the Comte de la Fère had spoken, and he had no thought but to obey. "By the way," said Athos, "take some pains with your toilette, Raoul. I want you to be approved." "I hope, sir," replied the youth, smiling, "that there's no idea of a marriage for me. You know of my engagement to Louise." Athos, in his turn, smiled also. "No, don't be alarmed, although it is to a lady that I'm going to present you, and I am anxious that you should love her." The young man looked at the count with a certain uneasiness, but at a smile from Athos he was quickly reassured. "How old is she?" inquired the Vicomte de Bragelonne. "My dear Raoul, learn once for all that is a question which is never asked. When you can find out a woman's age by her face, it is useless to ask it. When you cannot do so, it is indiscreet." "Is she beautiful?" 16 years ago she was deemed not only the prettiest, but the most graceful woman in France." This reassured the Vicomte. A woman who had been a reigning beauty a year before he was born could not be the subject of any scheme for him. He retired to his toilette. When he reappeared, Athos received him with the same paternal smile as that which he had often bestowed on D'Artagnan, but a more profound tenderness for Raoul was now visibly impressed upon his face. Athos cast a glance at his feet, hands and hair, those three marks of race. The youth's dark hair was neatly parted and hung in curls, forming a sort of dark frame around his face. Such was the fashion of the day. Gloves of gray kid, matching the hat, well displayed the form of a slender and elegant hand, whilst his boots, similar in color to the hat and gloves, confined feet small as those of a boy 12 years old. "Come," murmured Athos, "if she is not proud of him, she must be hard to please." It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The two travelers proceeded to the Rue Saint-Dominique and stopped at the door of a magnificent hotel, surmounted with the arms of De Luynes. "'Tis here," said Athos. He entered the hotel and ascended the front steps, and addressing a footman who waited there in a grand livery, asked if the Duchesse de Chevreuse was visible, and if she could receive the Comte de la Fère. The servant returned with a message to say that, though the duchess had not the honor of knowing Monsieur de la Fère, she would receive him. Athos followed the footman, who led him through a long succession of apartments, and paused at length before a closed door. Athos made a sign to the Vicomte de Bragelonne to remain where he was. The footman opened the door and announced Monsieur le Comte de la Fère. Madame de Chevreuse, whose name appears so often in our story, The Three Musketeers, without her actually having appeared in any scene, was still a beautiful woman. Although about 44 or 45 years old, she might have passed for 35. She still had her rich fair hair, her large, animated, intelligent eyes, so often opened by intrigue, so often closed by the blindness of love. She still had her nymph-like form, so that when her back was turned, she still was not unlike the girl who had jumped, with Anne of Austria, over the moat of the Tuileries in 1563. In all other respects, she was the same mad creature who threw over her amours such an air of originality as to make them proverbial for eccentricity in her family. She was in a little boudoir hung with blue damask, adorned by red flowers with a foliage of gold, looking upon a garden, and reclined upon a sofa, her head supported on the rich tapestry which covered it. She held a book in her hand, and her arm was supported by a cushion. At the footman's announcement, she raised herself a little and peeped out with some curiosity. Athos appeared. He was dressed in violet-tinted velvet trimmed with silk of the same color. His shoulder knots were burnished silver, his mantle had no gold or embroidery on it, a simple plume of violet feathers adorned his hat. His boots were of black leather, and at his girdle hung that sword with a magnificent hilt that Porthos had so often admired in the Rue Ferron. Splendid lace adorned the falling collar of his shirt, and lace fell also over the tops of his boots. In his whole person he bore such an impress of high degree that Madame de Chevreuse half rose from her seat when she saw him, and made him a sign to sit down near her. Athos bowed and obeyed. The footman was withdrawing, but Athos stopped him by a sign. "Madame," he said to the duchess, "I have had the boldness to present myself at your hotel without being known to you. It has succeeded since you deigned to receive me. I have now the boldness to ask you for an interview of half an hour." "I grant it, monsieur," replied Madame de Chevreuse with her most gracious smile. "But that is not all, madame. Oh, I am very presuming, I am aware. The interview for which I ask is of us two alone, and I very earnestly wish that it may not be interrupted." "I am not at home to anyone," said the Duchess de Chevreuse to the footman. "You may go." The footman went out. There ensued a brief silence, during which these two persons, who at first sight recognized each other so clearly as of a noble race, examined each other without embarrassment on either side. The duchess was the first to speak. "Well, sir, I am waiting with impatience to hear what you wish to say to me." "And I, madame," replied Athos, "am looking with admiration." "Sir," said Madame de Chevreuse, "you must excuse me, but I long to know to whom I am talking. You belong to the court, doubtless, yet I have never seen you at court. Have you, by any chance, been in the Bastille?" "No, madame, I have not, but very likely I am on the road to it." "Ah, then tell me who you are, and get along with you upon your journey," replied the duchess, with the gayety which made her so charming. "For I am sufficiently in bad odor already, without compromising myself still more." "Who am I, madame? My name has been mentioned to you, the Comte de la Fere. You do not know that name. I once bore another which you knew, but you have certainly forgot it." "Tell me, sir." "Formerly," said the count, "I was Athos." Madame de Chevreuse looked astonished. The name was not wholly forgotten, but mixed up and confused with ancient recollections. "Athos," said she, "wait a moment." And she placed her hands on her brow, as if to force the fugitive ideas it contained to concentration in a moment. "Shall I help you, madame?" asked Athos. "Yes, do," said the duchess. This Athos was connected with three young musketeers named Porthos, D'Artagnan, and— He stopped short. "And Aramis," said the duchess quickly. "And Aramis. I see you have not forgotten the name." "No," she said. "Poor Aramis, a charming man, elegant, discreet, and a writer of poetical verses. I am afraid he has turned out ill," she added. "He has. He is an abbe." "Ah, what a misfortune!" exclaimed the duchess, playing carelessly with her fan. "Indeed, sir, I thank you. You have recalled one of the most agreeable recollections of my youth." "Will you permit me, then, to recall another to you?" "Relating to him?" "Yes and no." "Faith," said Madame de Chevreuse, "say on. With a man like you I fear nothing." Athos bowed. "Aramis," he continued, "was intimate with a young needlewoman from Tours, a cousin of his, named Marie Michon." "Ah, I knew her!" cried the duchess. "It was to her he wrote from the siege of Rochelle to warn her of a plot against the Duke of Buckingham." "Exactly so. Will you allow me to speak to you of her?" "If," replied the duchess, with a meaning look, "you do not say too much against her." "I should be ungrateful," said Athos, "and I regard ingratitude not as a fault or as a crime, but as a vice, which is much worse." "You ungrateful to Marie Michon, monsieur?" said Madame de Chevreuse, trying to read in Athos's eyes. "But how can that be? You never knew her." Madame, who knows? Said Athos. There is a popular proverb to the effect that it is only mountains that never meet, and popular proverbs contain sometimes a wonderful amount of truth. Oh, go on, monsieur, go on, said Madame de Chevreuse eagerly. You can't imagine how much this conversation interests me. You encourage me, said Athos. I will continue then. That cousin of Aramis, that Marie Michon, that needlewoman, notwithstanding her low condition, had acquaintances in the highest rank. She called the grandest ladies of the court her friend, and the queen, proud as she is in her double character as Austrian and as Spaniard, called her sister. Alas, said Madame de Chevreuse, with a slight sigh and a little movement of her eyebrows that was peculiarly her own. Since that time everything has changed. And the queen had reason for her affection, for Marie was devoted to her, devoted to that degree that she served her as a medium of intercourse with her brother, the King of Spain. Which, interrupted the duchess, is now brought up against her as a great crime. And therefore, continued Athos, the cardinal, the true cardinal, the other one, determined one fine morning to arrest poor Marie Michon and send her to the Chateau de Loches. Fortunately, the affair was not managed so secretly, but that it became known to the queen. The case had been provided for. If Marie Michon should be threatened with any danger, the queen was to send her a prayer book bound in green velvet. That is true, monsieur, you are well informed. One morning the green book was brought to her by the Prince de Marsillac. There was no time to lose. Happily, Marie and a follower of hers named Kitty could disguise themselves admirably in men's clothes. The prince procured for Marie Michon the dress of a cavalier and for Kitty that of a lackey. He sent them 2 excellent horses, and the fugitives went out hastily from Tours, shaping their course towards Spain, trembling at the least noise, following unfrequented roads, and asking for hospitality when they found themselves where there was no inn. Why, really, it was all exactly as you say, cried Madame de Chevreuse, clapping her hands. It would indeed be strange if— She checked herself. If I should follow the 2 fugitives to the end of their journey, said Athos. No, madame, I will not thus waste your time. We will accompany them only to a little village in Limousin, lying between Toul and Angoulême, a little village called Roche-l'Abeille. Madame de Chevreuse uttered a cry of surprise and looked at Athos with an expression of astonishment that made the old musketeer smile. Wait, madame, continued Athos. What remains for me to tell you is even more strange than what I have narrated. Monsieur, said Madame de Chevreuse, I believe you are a sorcerer. I am prepared for anything. But really— No matter, go on. The journey of that day had been long and wearying. It was a cold day, the 11th of October. There was no inn or chateau in the village, and the homes of the peasants were poor and unattractive. Marie Michon was a very aristocratic person. Like her sister the queen, she had been accustomed to pleasing perfumes and fine linen. She resolved, therefore, to seek hospitality of the priest. Athos paused. "Oh, continue," said the duchess. "I have told you that I am prepared for anything." The 2 travelers knocked at that door. It was late. The priest, who had gone to bed, cried out to them to come in. They entered, for the door was not locked. There was much confidence among villagers. A lamp burned in the chamber occupied by the priest. Marie Michon, who made the most charming cavalier in the world, pushed open the door, put her head in, and asked for hospitality. "Willingly, my young cavalier," said the priest, "if you will be content with the remains of my supper and with half my chamber." The 2 travelers consulted for a moment. The priest heard a burst of laughter, and then the master, or rather the mistress, replied, "Thank you, monsieur le curé, I accept." "Sup, then, and make as little noise as possible," said the priest, "for I too have been on the go all day, and shall not be sorry to sleep tonight." Madame de Chevreuse evidently went from surprise to astonishment, and from astonishment to stupefaction. Her face, as she looked at Athos, had taken on an expression that cannot be described. It could be seen that she had wished to speak, but she had remained silent through fear of losing one of her companion's words. "What happened then?" she asked. "Then," said Athos, I have come now to what is most difficult." "Speak, speak! One can say anything to me. Besides, it doesn't concern me. It relates to Mademoiselle Marie Michon." "That is true," said Athos. "Well, then, Marie Michon had supper with her follower, and then, in accordance with the permission given her, she entered the chamber of her host, Kitty meanwhile taking possession of an armchair in the room first entered, where they had taken their supper." "Really, monsieur," said Madame de Chevreuse, "unless you are the devil in person, I don't know how you could become acquainted with all these details." "A charming woman was that Marie Michon," resumed Athos, "one of those wild creatures who are constantly conceiving the strangest ideas. Now, thinking that her host was a priest, that coquette took it into her head that it would be a happy souvenir for her old age, among the many souvenirs she already possessed, if she could win that of having damned an abbe." "Count," said the duchess, "upon my word you frighten me." "Alas," continued Athos, "the poor abbe was not at a Saint Ambroise, and I repeat, Marie Michon was an adorable creature." "Monsieur," cried the duchess, seizing Athos's hands, "tell me this moment how you know all these details, or I will send the convent of the Vieux Augustins for a monk to come and exorcise you." Athos laughed. "There is nothing easier, madame. A cavalier, charged with an important mission, had come an hour before your arrival seeking hospitality, at the very moment that the cure, summoned to the bedside of a dying person, left not only his house but the village for the entire night. The priest, having all confidence in his guest, who, besides, was a nobleman, had left to him his house, his supper and his chamber, and therefore Marie came seeking hospitality from the guest of the good abbé and not from the good abbé himself." "And that cavalier, that guest, that nobleman who arrived before she came?" "It was I, the Comte de la Fère," said Athos, rising and bowing respectfully to the Duchess de Chevreuse. The duchess remained a moment stupefied, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Ah, upon my word," she said, "it is very droll, and that mad Marie Michon fared better than she expected. Sit down, dear count, and go on with your story." "At this point I have to accuse myself of a fault, madame. I have told you that I was traveling on an important mission. At daybreak I left the chamber without noise, leaving my charming companion asleep. In the front room the follower who was still asleep, her head leaning back on the chair, in all respects worthy of her mistress. Her pretty face arrested my attention. I approached and recognized that little Kitty whom our friend Aramis had placed with her. In that way I discovered that the charming traveler was—" "Marie Michon," said Madame de Chevreuse hastily. "Marie Michon," continued Athos. "Then I went out of the house. I proceeded to the stable and found my horse saddled and my lackey ready. We set forth on our journey." "And have you never revisited that village?" eagerly asked Madame de Chevreuse. "A year after, madame." "Well?" "I wanted to see the good cure again. I found him much preoccupied with an event that he could not at all comprehend. A week before he had received in a cradle a beautiful little boy 3 months old, with a purse filled with gold and a note containing these simple words: 11 October 1633. "It was the date of that strange adventure," interrupted Madame de Chevreuse. "Yes, but he could not understand what it meant, for he had spent that night with a dying person, and Marie Michon had left his house before his return." "You must know, monsieur, that Marie Michon, when she returned to France in 1643, immediately sought for information about that child. As a fugitive she could not take care of it, but on her return she wished to have it near her." "And what said the Abbé?" asked Athos. "That a nobleman whom he did not know had wished to take charge of it, had answered for its future, and had taken it away." "That was true." "Ah, I see, that nobleman was you. It was his father." "Hush! Do not speak so loud, madame. He is there." "He is there! My son, the son of Marie Michon! But I must see him instantly." "Take care, madame," said Athos, "for he knows neither his father nor his mother." "You have kept this secret! You have brought him to see me, thinking to make me happy! Oh, thanks, sir, thanks!" cried Madame de Chevreuse, seizing his hand and trying to put it to her lips. "You have a noble heart." "I bring him to you, madame," said Athos, withdrawing his hand, "hoping that in your turn you will do something for him. Till now I have watched over his education, and I have made him, I hope, an accomplished gentleman. But I am now obliged to return to the dangerous and wandering life of party faction. Tomorrow I plunge into an adventurous affair into which I may be killed. Then it will devolve on you to push him on in that world where he is called on to occupy a place." "Rest assured," cried the duchess, "I shall do what I can. I have but little influence now, but all that I have shall most assuredly be his. As to his title and fortune—" "As to that, madame, I have made over to him the estate of Bragelonne, my inheritance, which will give him 10,000 francs a year, and the title of vicomte." "Upon my soul, monsieur," said the duchess, "you are a true nobleman, but I am eager to see our young vicomte. Where is he?" "There, in the salon. I will have him come in, if you really wish it." Athos moved towards the door. The duchess held him back. "Is he handsome?" she asked. Athos smiled. "He resembles his mother." So he opened the door and beckoned the young man in. The duchess could not restrain a cry of joy on seeing so handsome a young cavalier, so far surpassing all that her maternal pride had been able to conceive. "Vicomte, come here," said Athos. "The duchess permits you to kiss her hand." The youth approached with his charming smile and his head bare, and kneeling down, kissed the hand of the Duchess de Chevreuse. "Sir," he said, turning to Athos, "was it not in compassion to my timidity that you told me that this lady was the Duchess de Chevreuse, and is she not the queen?" "No, vicomte," said Madame de Chevreuse, taking his hand and making him sit near her, while she looked at him with eyes sparkling with pleasure. "No, unhappily I am not the queen. If I were, I should do for you at once the most that you deserve. But let us see, whatever I may be," she added, hardly restraining herself from kissing that pure brow, "let us see what profession you wish to follow." Athos, standing, looked at them both with indescribable pleasure. "Madame," answered the youth in his sweet voice, "it seems to me that there is only one career for a gentleman, that of the army. I have been brought up by Monsieur le Comte with the intention, I believe, of making me a soldier, and he gave me reason to hope that at Paris he would present me to someone who would recommend me to the favor of the prince. Yes, I understand it well. Personally, I am on bad terms with him, on account of the quarrels between Madame de Montbazon, my mother-in-law, and Madame de Longueville. But the Prince de Marsillac—yes, indeed, that's the right thing. The Prince de Marsillac, my old friend, will recommend our young friend to Madame de Longueville, who will give him a letter to her brother, the prince, who loves her too tenderly not to do what she wishes immediately." "Well, that will do charmingly," said the count. "But may I beg that the greatest haste may be made, for I have reasons for wishing the vicomte not to sleep longer than tomorrow night in Paris." "Do you wish it known that you are interested about him, monsieur le comte?" "Better for him in the future that he should be supposed never to have seen me." "Oh, sir!" cried Raoul. "You know, Bragelonne," said Athos, "I never speak without reflection." "Well, comte, I am going instantly," interrupted the duchess, "to send for Prince de Marsillac, who is happily in Paris just now. What are you going to do this evening?" "We intend to visit the Abbe Scarron, for whom I have a letter of introduction, and at whose house I expect to meet some of my friends." "'Tis well. I will go there also for a few minutes," said the duchess. "Do not quit his salon until you have seen me." Athos bowed and prepared to leave. "Well, monsieur le comte," said the duchess, smiling, "does one leave so solemnly as his old friends?" "Ah," murmured Athos, kissing her hand, "had I only known sooner that Marie Michon was so charming a creature!" And he withdrew, sighing. End of chapter 20. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 21. The Abbe Scarron. There was once in the Rue des Tournelles a house known by all the sedan chairmen and footmen of Paris, and yet, nevertheless, this house was neither that of a great lord nor of a rich man. There was neither dining nor playing at cards nor dancing in that house. Nevertheless, it was the rendezvous of the great world, and all Paris went there. It was the abode of the little Abbe Scarron. In the home of the witty abbe dwelt incessant laughter. There all the items of the day had their source and were so quickly transformed, misrepresented, metamorphed, some into epigrams, some into falsehoods, that every one was anxious to pass an hour with little Scarron, listening to what he said, reporting it to others. The diminutive Abbe Scarron, who, however, was an abbe only because he owned an abbey, and not because he was in orders, had formerly been one of the gayest prebendaries in the town of Mans, which he inhabited. On a day of the carnival he had taken a notion to provide an unusual entertainment for that good town, of which he was the life and soul. He had made his valet cover him with honey, then, opening a feather bed, he had rolled in it, and had thus become the most grotesque fowl it is possible to imagine. He then began to visit his friends of both sexes in that strange costume. At first he had been followed through astonishment, then with derisive shouts, then the porters had insulted him, then the children had thrown stones at him, and finally he was obliged to run to escape the missiles. As soon as he took to flight, everyone pursued him, until, pressed on all sides, Scarron found no way of escaping his escort except by throwing himself into the river. But the water was icy cold. Scarron was heated. The cold seized on him, and when he reached the farther bank he found himself crippled. Every means had been employed in vain to restore the use of his limbs. He had been subjected to a severe disciplinary course of medicine. At length he sent away all his doctors, declaring that he preferred the disease to the treatment, and came to Paris, where the fame of his wit had preceded him. There he had a chair made on his own plan, and one day, visiting Anne of Austria in this chair, she asked him, charmed as she was with his wit, if he did not wish for a title. "Yes, your majesty, there is a title which I covet much," replied Scarron. "And what is that?" "That of being your invalid," answered Scarron. And so he was called the queen's invalid, with a pension of 500 francs. From that lucky moment Scarron led a happy life, spending both income and principal. One day, however, an emissary of the cardinal's gave him to understand that he was wrong in receiving the coadjutor so often. "And why?" asked Scarron. "Is he not a man of good birth?" "Certainly. Agreeable? Undeniably. Witty? He has, unfortunately, too much wit." "Well, then why do you wish me to give up seeing such a man?" "Because he is an enemy." "Of whom?" "Of the cardinal." "What?" answered Scarron. "I continue to receive Monsieur Gillet de Pro, who thinks ill of me, and you wish me to give up seeing the coadjutor because he thinks ill of another man. Impossible!" The conversation had rested there, and Scarron, through sheer obstinacy, had seen Monsieur de Gondy only the more frequently. Now, the very morning of which we speak was that of his quarter-day payment, and Scarron, as usual, had sent his servant to get his money at the pension office. But the man had returned and said that the government had no more money to give Monsieur Scarron. It was on Thursday, the abbé's reception day. People went there in crowds. The cardinal's refusal to pay the pension was known about the town in half an hour, and he was abused with wit and vehemence. In the Rue Saint-Honore, Athos fell in with two gentlemen whom he did not know, on horseback like himself, followed by a lackey like himself, and going in the same direction that he was. One of them, hat in hand, said to him, "Would you believe it, monsieur? That contemptible Mazarin has stopped poor Scarron's pension." "That is unreasonable," said Athos, saluting in his turn the two cavaliers, and they separated with courteous gestures. "It happens well that we are going there this evening," said Athos to the Vicomte. "We will pay our compliments to that poor man." "What, then, is this Monsieur Scarron, who thus puts all Paris in commotion? Is he some minister out of office?" "Oh, no, not at all, Vicomte," Athos replied. "He is simply a gentleman of great genius who has fallen into disgrace with the cardinal through having written certain verses against him." "Do gentlemen, then, make verses?" asked Raoul, naively. "I thought it was derogatory." "So it is, my dear Vicomte," said Athos, laughing, "to make bad ones, but to make good ones increases fame. Witness Monsieur de Rotrou. Nevertheless," he continued, in a tone of one who gives wholesome advice, "I think it is better not to make them." "Then," said Raoul, "this Monsieur Scarron is a poet?" "Yes. You are warned, Vicomte. Consider well what you do in that house. Talk only by gestures, or rather always listen." "Yes, monsieur," replied Raoul. "You will see me talking with one of my friends, the Abbé d'Herblay, of whom you have often heard me speak." "I remember him, monsieur." "Come near us from time to time as if to speak, but do not speak and do not listen. That little stratagem may serve to keep off interlopers." "Very well, monsieur. I will obey you at all points." Athos made 2 visits in Paris. At 7 o'clock he and Raoul directed their steps to the Rue des Tournelles. It was stopped by porters, horses, and footmen. Athos forced his way through and entered, followed by the young man. The first person that struck him on his entrance was Aramis, planted near a great chair on casters, very large, covered with a canopy of tapestry, under which there moved, enveloped in a quilt of brocade, a little face, youngish, very merry, somewhat pallid, whilst its eyes never ceased to express a sentiment at once lively, intellectual, and amiable. This was the Abbe Scarron, always laughing, joking, complimenting, yet suffering, and toying nervously with a small switch. Around this kind of rolling tent pressed a crowd of gentlemen and ladies. The room was neatly, comfortably furnished. Large valances of silk, embroidered with flowers of gay color, which were rather faded, fell from the wide windows. The fittings of the room were simple, but in excellent taste. 2 well-trained serving men were in attendance on the company. On perceiving Athos, Aramis advanced towards him, took him by the hand and presented him to Scarron. Raoul remained silent, for he was not prepared for the dignity of the bel esprit. After some minutes the door opened and a footman announced Mademoiselle Paulette. Athos touched the shoulder of the Vicomte. "Look at that lady, Raoul. She is an historic personage. It was to visit her King Henry IV was going when he was assassinated." Everyone thronged around Mademoiselle Paulette, for she was always very much the fashion. She was a tall woman, with a slender figure and a forest of golden curls, such as Raphael was fond of, and Titian has painted all his Magdalens with. This fawn-colored hair, or perhaps the sort of ascendancy which she had over other women, gave her the name of La Lionne. Mademoiselle Paulette took her accustomed seat, but before sitting down, she cast, in all her queen-like grandeur, a look around the room, and her eyes rested on Raoul. Athos smiled. "Mademoiselle Paulette has observed you, Vicomte. Go and bow to her. Don't try to appear anything but what you are, a true country youth. On no account speak to her of Henry IV. When shall we two walk together?" Athos then said to Aramis. "Presently. There are not a sufficient number of people here yet. We shall be remarked." At this moment the door opened and in walked the coadjutor. At this name everyone looked around, for his was already a very celebrated name. Athos did the same. He knew the Abbé de Gondy only by report. He saw a little dark man, ill-made and awkward, with his hands in everything, except drawing a sword and firing a pistol, with something haughty and contemptuous in his face. Scarron turned around toward him and came to meet him in his chair. "Well," said the coadjutor, on seeing him, "you are in disgrace, then, Abbé." This was the orthodox phrase. It had been said that evening 100 times, and Scarron was at his 100th bon mot on the subject. He was very nearly at the end of his humoristic tether, but one despairing effort saved him. "Monsieur, the Cardinal Mazarin has been so kind as to think of me," he said. "But how can you continue to receive us?" asked the coadjutor. "If your income is lessened, I shall be obliged to make you a canon of Notre Dame." "Oh, no!" cried Scarron. "I should compromise you too much." "Perhaps you have resources of which we are ignorant." "I shall borrow from the queen." "But her majesty has no property," interposed Aramis. At this moment the door opened and Madame de Chevreuse was announced. Everyone arose. Scarron turned his chair toward the door. Raoul blushed. Athos made a sign to Aramis, who went and hid himself in the enclosure of a window. In the midst of all the compliments that awaited her on her entrance, the duchess seemed to be looking for someone. At last she found out Raoul, and her eyes sparkled. She perceived Athos and became thoughtful. She saw Aramis in the seclusion of the window and gave a start of surprise behind her fan. "A propos," she said, as if to drive away thoughts that pursued her in spite of herself. "How is poor Voiture, do you know, Scarron?" "What, is Monsieur Voiture ill?" inquired a gentleman who had spoken to Athos in the Rue Saint-Honore. "What is the matter with him?" "He was acting, but forgot to take the precaution to have a change of linen ready after the performance," said the coadjutor. "So he took cold and is about to die." "Is he then so ill, dear Voiture?" asked Aramis, half hidden by the window curtain. "Die!" cried Mademoiselle Paulette bitterly. "Why, he is surrounded by sultanas, like a Turk. Madame de Senot has hastened to him with broth. La Renaudot warms his sheets. The Marquis de Rambouillet sends him his tisanes." "You don't like him, my dear Parthenie," said Scarron. "What an injustice, my dear invalid! I hate him so little that I should be delighted to order masses for the repose of his soul." "You are not called Leone for nothing," observed Madame de Chevreuse. "Your teeth are terrible. You are unjust to a great poet, it seems to me," Raoul ventured to say. "A great poet! Come, one may easily see, Vicomte, that you are lately from the provinces and have never so much as seen him. A great poet! He is scarcely 5 feet high." "Bravo! bravo!" cried a tall man with an enormous mustache and a long rapier. "Bravo, fair Paulette! It is high time to put little Voiture in his right place. For my part, I always thought his poetry detestable, and I think I know something about poetry." "Who is this officer?" inquired Raoul of Athos. "Who is speaking?" "Monsieur de Scudery, the author of Clelie and of Les Grands Sires, which were composed partly by him and partly by his sister, who is now talking to that pretty person yonder, near Monsieur Scarron." Raoul turned and saw 2 faces just arrived. One was perfectly charming, delicate, pensive, shaded by beautiful dark hair, and eyes soft as velvet, like those lovely flowers the heart sees, in which shine out the golden petals. The other, of mature age, seemed to have the former one under her charge, and was cold, dry, and yellow, the true type of a duenna or a devotee. Raoul resolved not to quit the room without having spoken to the beautiful girl with the soft eyes, who, by a strange fancy, although she bore no resemblance, reminded him of his poor Louise, whom he had left in the Chateau de la Valliere, and whom, in the midst of all the party, he had never for one moment quite forgotten. Meantime Aramis had drawn near to the coadjutor, who, smiling all the while, contrived to drop some words into his ear. Aramis, notwithstanding his self-control, could not refrain from a slight movement of surprise. "Laugh, then," said Monsieur de Retz. "They are looking at us." And leaving Aramis, he went to talk with Madame de Chevreuse, who was in the midst of a large group. Aramis affected a laugh to divert the attention of certain curious listeners, and perceiving that Athos had betaken himself to the embrasure of a window and remained there, he proceeded to join him, throwing out a few words carelessly as he moved through the room. As soon as the 2 friends met, they began a conversation which was emphasized by frequent gesticulation. Raoul then approached them as Athos had directed him to do. "'Tis a rondeau by Monsieur Voiture that Monsieur l'Abbé is repeating to me," said Athos in a loud voice, "and I confess I think it incomparable." Raoul stayed only a few minutes near them, and then mingled with a group round Madame de Chevreuse. "Well, then?" asked Athos in a low tone. "It is to be tomorrow," said Aramis hastily. "At what time?" 6 o'clock. "Where?" "At Saint-Mandé." "Who told you?" "The Count de Rochefort." Someone drew near. "And then the philosophic ideas are wholly wanting in Voiture's work, but I am of the same opinion as the coadjutor. He is a poet, a true poet." Aramis spoke so as to be heard by everybody. "And I, too," murmured the young lady with the velvet eyes. "I have the misfortune also to admire his poetry exceedingly." "Monsieur Scarron, do me the honor," said Raoul, blushing, "to tell me the name of that young lady whose opinion seems so different from that of others of the company." "Ah, my young vicomte," replied Scarron, "I suppose you wish to propose to her an alliance, offensive and defensive." Raoul blushed again. "You asked the name of that young lady. She is called the Fair Indian." "Excuse me, sir," returned Raoul, blushing still more deeply. "I know no more than I did before. Alas, I am from the country." "Which means you know very little about the nonsense which here flows down our streets. So much the better, young man, so much the better. Don't try to understand it, you will only lose your time." "Forgive me, then, sir," said Raoul. "And you will deign to tell me who is the person that you call the young Indian?" "Certainly. one of the most charming persons that lives, Mademoiselle Frances d'Aubigne. Does she belong to the family of the celebrated Agrippa, the friend of Henry IV, his granddaughter? She comes from Martinique, so I call her the beautiful Indian." Raoul looked surprised, and his eyes met those of the young lady, who smiled. The company went on speaking of the poet Voiture. "Monsieur," said Mademoiselle d'Aubigne to Scarron, as if she wished to join in the conversation he was engaged in with Raoul, "do you not admire Monsieur Voiture's friends? Listen how they pull him to pieces even whilst they praise him. One takes away from him all claim to good sense, another robs him of his poetry, a third of his originality, another of his humor, another of his independence of character, a sixth. But, good heavens, what will they leave him? As Mademoiselle du Scuderi remarks." Scarron and Raoul laughed. The fair Indian, astonished at the sensation her observation produced, looked down and resumed her air of naivete. Athos, still within the enclosure of the window, watched this scene with a smile of disdain on his lips. "Tell the Comte de la Fère to come to me," said Madame de Chevreuse. "I want to speak to him." "And I," said the coadjutor, "want it to be thought that I do not speak to him. I admire, I love him, for I know his former adventures, but I shall not speak to him until the day after tomorrow." "And why day after tomorrow?" asked Madame de Chevreuse. "You will know that tomorrow evening," said the coadjutor, smiling. "Really, my dear Gondy," said the duchess, "you remind one of the Apocalypse. Monsieur d'Herblay," she added, turning towards Aramis, "you will be my servant once more this evening?" "How can you doubt it?" replied Aramis. "This evening, tomorrow, always. Command me." "I will, then. Go and look for Comte de la Fère. I wish to speak to him." Aramis found Athos and brought him. "Monsieur le Comte," said the duchess, giving him a letter, "here is what I promised you. Our young friend will be extremely well received." "Madame, he is very happy in owing any obligation to you." "You have no reason to envy him on that score, for I owe to you the pleasure of knowing him," replied the witty woman, with a smile which recalled Marie Michon to Aramis and to Athos. As she uttered that bon mot, she arose and asked for her carriage. Mademoiselle Paulette had already gone. Mademoiselle de Scuderi was going. "Vicomte," said Athos to Raoul, "follow the duchess. Beg her to do you the favor to take her arm in going downstairs, and thank her as you descend." The fair Indian approached Scarron. "You are going already?" he said. "One of the last, as you see. If you hear anything of Monsieur Voiture, be so kind as to send me word tomorrow." "Oh," said Scarron, "he may die now." "Why?" asked the young girl with the velvet eyes. "Certainly his panegyric has been uttered." They parted, laughing, she turning back to gaze at the poor paralytic man with interest, he looking after her with eyes of love. One by one the several groups broke up. Scarron seemed not to observe that certain of his guests had talked mysteriously, that letters had passed from hand to hand, and that the assembly had seemed to have a secret purpose, quite apart from the literary discussion carried on with so much ostentation. What was all that to Scarron? At his house rebellion could be planned with impunity, for, as we have said, since that morning he had ceased to be the queen's invalid. As to Raoul, he had attended the duchess to her carriage, where, as she took her seat, she gave him her hand to kiss. Then, by one of those wild caprices which made her so adorable and at the same time so dangerous, she had suddenly put her arm around his neck and kissed his forehead, saying, "Vicomte, may my good wishes and this kiss bring you good fortune." Then she had pushed him away and directed the coachman to stop at the Hotel de Luynes. The carriage had started. Madame de Chevreuse had made a parting gesture to the young man, and Raoul had returned in a state of stupefaction. Athos surmised what had taken place and smiled. "Come, Vicomte," he said, "it is time for you to go to bed. You will start in the morning for the army of Monsieur le Prince. Sleep well your last night as citizen." "I am to be a soldier, then?" said the young man. "Oh, monsieur, I thank you with all my heart." "Adieu, count," said the Abbé d'Herblay. "I return to my convent." "Adieu, abbé," said the coadjutor. "I am to preach tomorrow and have 20 texts to examine this evening." "Adieu, gentlemen," said the count. "I am going to sleep for 24 hours. I am just falling down with fatigue." The three men saluted one another, whilst exchanging a last look. Scarron followed their movements with a glance from the corner of his eye. "Not one of them will do as he says," he murmured with a little monkey smile. "But they may do as they please, the brave gentlemen. Who knows if they will not manage to restore to me my pension? They can move their arms, they can, and that is much. Alas, I have only my tongue, but I will try to show that it is good for something. Ho, there, Champenois! Here, it is 11 o'clock. Come and roll me to bed. Really, that demoiselle d'Aubigne is very charming." So the invalid disappeared soon afterward, and went into his sleeping room. And one by one the lights in the salon of the Rue des Tournelles were extinguished. End of chapter 21.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 22. Saint-Denis. The day had begun to break when Athos arose and dressed himself. It was plain, by a paleness still greater than usual, and by those traces which loss of sleep leaves on the face, that he must have passed almost the whole of the night without sleeping. Contrary to the custom of a man so firm and decided, there was this morning in his personal appearance something tardy and irresolute. He was occupied with the preparations for Raoul's departure, and was seeking to gain time. In the first place, he himself furbished a sword, which he drew from its perfumed leather sheath. He examined it to see if its hilt was well guarded, and if the blade was firmly attached to the hilt. Then he placed at the bottom of the valise belonging to the young man a small bag of louis, called Olivain, the lackey who had followed him from Blois, and made him pack the valise under his own eyes, watchful to see that everything should be put in which might be useful to a young man entering on his first campaign. At length, after occupying about an hour in these preparations, he opened the door of the room in which the Vicomte slept, and entered. The sun, already high, penetrated into the room through the window, the curtains of which Raoul had neglected to close on the previous evening. He was still sleeping, his head gracefully reposing on his arm. Athos approached and hung over the youth in an attitude full of tender melancholy. He looked long on this young man, whose smiling mouth and half-closed eyes bespoke soft dreams and lightest slumber, as if his guardian angel watched over him with solicitude and affection. By degrees, Athos gave himself up to the charms of his reverie in the proximity of youth, so pure, so fresh. His own youth seemed to reappear, bringing with it all those savory remembrances which are like perfumes more than thoughts. Between the past and the present was an ineffable abyss. But imagination has the wings of an angel of light, and travels safely through or over the seas where we have been almost shipwrecked, the darkness in which our illusions are lost, the precipice whence our happiness has been hurled and swallowed up. He remembered that all the first part of his life had been embittered by a woman, and he thought with alarm of the influence love might assume over so fine and at the same time so vigorous an organization as that of Raoul. In recalling all he had been through, he foresaw all that Raoul might suffer. and the expression of the deep and tender compassion which throbbed in his heart was pictured in the moist eye with which he gazed on the young man. At this moment Raoul awoke, without a cloud on his face, without weariness or lassitude. His eyes were fixed on those of Athos, and perhaps he comprehended all that passed in the heart of the man who was awaiting his awakening as a lover awaits the awakening of his mistress, for his glance, in return, had all the tenderness of love. "You are there, sir?" he said respectfully. "Yes, Raoul," replied the count. "And you did not waken me?" "I wish to leave you still to enjoy some moments of sleep, my child. You must be fatigued from yesterday." "Oh, sir, how good you are!" Athos smiled. "How do you feel this morning?" he inquired. "Perfectly well, quite rested, sir." "You are still growing," Athos continued, with that charming and paternal interest felt by a grown man for a youth. "Oh, sir, I beg your pardon," exclaimed Raoul, ashamed of so much attention. "In an instant I shall be dressed." Athos then called Olivain. "Everything," said Olivain to Athos, "has been done according to your directions. The horses are waiting." "And I was asleep," cried Raoul, "whilst you, sir, you had the kindness to attend to all these details. Truly, sir, you overwhelm me with benefits." "Therefore you love me a little, I hope," replied Athos, in a tone of emotion. "Oh, sir, God knows how much I love, revere you." "See that you forget nothing," said Athos, appearing to look about him, that he might hide his emotion. "No, indeed, sir," answered Raoul. The servant then approached Athos and said hesitatingly, "Monsieur le Vicomte has no sword." "'Tis well," said Athos, "I will take care of that." They went downstairs, Raoul looking every now and then at the count to see if the moment of farewell was at hand, but Athos was silent. When they reached the steps, Raoul saw 3 horses. "Oh, sir, then you are going with me?" "I will accompany you a portion of the way," said Athos. Joy shone in Raoul's eyes, and he leaped lightly to his saddle. Athos mounted more slowly, after speaking in a low voice to the lackey, who, instead of following them immediately, returned to their rooms. Raoul, delighted at the count's companionship, perceived, or affected to perceive, nothing of this byplay. They set out, passing over the Pont Neuf. They pursued their way along the quay, then called l'Abreuvoir Pepin, and went along by the walls of the Grand Châtelet. They proceeded to the Rue Saint-Denis. After passing through the Porte Saint-Denis, Athos looked at Raoul's way of riding and observed, "Take care, Raoul. I have already often told you of this. You must not forget it, for it is a great defect in a rider. See, your horse is tired already. He froths at the mouth, whilst mine looks as if he had only just left the stable. You hold the bit too tight, and so make his mouth hard, so that you will not be able to make him maneuver quickly. The safety of a cavalier often depends on the prompt obedience of his horse. In a week, remember, you will no longer be performing your maneuvers for practice, but on a field of battle." Then, suddenly, in order not to give too uncomfortable an importance to this observation, "See, Raoul," he resumed, "what a fine plain for partridge shooting." The young man stored in his mind the admonition, whilst he admired the delicate tenderness with which it was bestowed. "I have remarked also another thing," said Athos, "which is that, in firing off your pistol, you hold your arm too far outstretched. This tension lessens the accuracy of the aim, so in 12 times you thrice missed the mark." "Which you, sir, struck 12 times," answered Raoul, smiling. "Because I bent my arm and rested my hand on my elbow, so. Do you understand what I mean?" "Yes, sir. I have fired since in that manner, and have been quite successful." "What a cold wind," resumed Athos, "a wintry blast. A propos, if you fire, and you will do so, for you are recommended to a young general who is very fond of powder, remember that, in single combat, which often takes place in the cavalry, never to fire the first shot. He who fires the first shot rarely hits his man, for he fires with the apprehension of being disarmed before an armed foe. Then, whilst he fires, make your horse rear. That maneuver has saved my life several times." "I shall do so, if only in gratitude." "Eh!" cried Athos, "are not those fellows poachers they have arrested yonder?" "They are." Then another important thing, Raoul. Should you be wounded in a battle and fall from your horse, if you have any strength left, disentangle yourself from the line that your regiment has formed. Otherwise it may be driven back, and you will be trampled to death by the horses. At all events, should you be wounded, write to me that very instant, or get someone at once to write me. We are judges of wounds, we old soldiers, Athos added, smiling. Thank you, sir, answered the young man, much moved. They arrived that very moment at the gate of the town, guarded by 2 sentinels. Here comes a young gentleman, said one of them, who seems as if he were going to join the army. How do you make that out? Inquired Athos. By his manner, sir, and his age. He's the second today. Has a young man such as I am gone through this morning, then? Asked Raoul. Faith, yes, with a haughty presence, a fine equipage, such as the son of a noble house would have. He will be my companion on the journey, sir, cried Raoul. Alas, he cannot make me forget what I shall have lost. Thus talking, they traversed the streets, full of people on account of the fete, and arrived opposite the old cathedral, where first mass was going on. Let us alight, Raoul, said Athos. Olivain, take care of our horses, and give me my sword. The 2 gentlemen then went into the church. Athos gave Raoul some of the holy water. A love as tender as that of a lover for his mistress dwells, undoubtedly, in some paternal hearts toward a son. Athos said a word to one of the vergers, who bowed and proceeded toward the basement. Come, Raoul, he said, let us follow this man. The verger opened the iron grating that guarded the royal tombs, and stood on the topmost step, whilst Athos and Raoul descended. The sepulchral depths of the descent were dimly lighted by a silver lamp on the lowest step, and just below this lamp there was laid, wrapped in a flowing mantle of violet velvet, worked with fleur-de-lis of gold, a catafalque resting on trestles of oak. The young man, prepared for this scene by the state of his own feelings, which were mournful, and by the majesty of the cathedral which he had passed through, descended in a slow and solemn manner, and stood with his head uncovered before these mortal spoils of the last king, who was not to be placed by the side of his forefathers until his successor should take his place there, and who appeared to abide on that spot, that he might thus address human pride, so sure to be exalted by the glories of a throne. Dust of the earth, here I await thee. There was profound silence. Then Athos raised his hand, and pointing to the coffin, "This temporary sepulture is," he said, "that of a man who was of feeble mind, yet one whose reign was full of great events. Because over this king watched the spirit of another man, even as this lamp keeps vigil over this coffin and illumines it. He whose intellect was thus supreme, Raoul, was the actual sovereign. The other, nothing but a phantom to whom he lent a soul. And yet, so powerful is majesty amongst us, this man has not even the honor of a tomb at the feet of him in whose service his life was worn away. Remember, Raoul, this. If Richelieu made the king, by comparison, seem small, he made royalty great. The palace of the Louvre contains two things, the king who must die, and royalty which never dies. The minister, so feared, so hated by his master, has descended into the tomb, drawing after him the king, whom he would not leave alone on earth, lest his work should be destroyed. So blind were his contemporaries that they regarded the cardinal's death as a deliverance. And I, even I, opposed the designs of the great man who held the destinies of France within the hollow of his hand. Raoul, learn how to distinguish the king from royalty. The king is but a man. Royalty is the gift of God. Whenever you hesitate as to whom you ought to serve, abandon the exterior, the material appearance, for the invisible principle. For the invisible principle is everything. Raoul, I seem to read your future destiny as through a cloud. It will be happier, I think, than ours has been. Different in your fate from us, you will have a king without a minister, whom you may serve, love, and respect. Should the king prove a tyrant, for power begets tyranny, serve, love, respect royalty, that divine right, that celestial spark which makes this dust still powerful and holy, so that we, gentlemen nevertheless of rank and condition, are as nothing in comparison with the cold corpse there extended. I shall adore God, sir, said Raoul, respect royalty, and ever serve the king. And if death be my lot, I hope to die for the king, for royalty, and for God. Have I, sir, comprehended your instructions? Athos smiled. Yours is a noble nature, he said. Here is your sword. Raoul bent his knee to the ground. It was worn by my father, a loyal gentleman. I have worn it in my turn, and it has sometimes not been disgraced, when the hilt was in my hand and the sheath at my side. Should your hands still be too weak to use this sword, Raoul, so much the better. You will have the more time to learn to draw it only when it ought to be used. Sir, replied Raoul, putting the sword to his lips as he received it from the count, I owe you everything, and yet this sword is the most precious gift you have yet made me. I will wear it, I swear to you, as a grateful man should do. 'Tis well. Arise, Vicomte, embrace me. Raoul arose and threw himself with emotion into the count's arms. Adieu, faltered the count, who felt his heart die away within him. Adieu, and think of me. Oh, for ever and ever, cried the youth. Oh, I swear to you, sir, should any harm befall me, your name will be the last name that I shall utter, the remembrance of you, my last thought. Athos hastened upstairs to conceal his emotion, and regained with hurried steps the porch where Olivain was waiting with the horses. Olivain, said Athos, showing the servant Raoul's shoulder-belt, tighten the buckle of the sword, it falls too low. You will accompany Monsieur le Vicomte till Grimaud rejoins you. You know, Raoul, Grimaud is an old and zealous servant. He will follow you. Yes, sir, answered Raoul. Now, to horse, that I may see you depart. Raoul obeyed. Adieu, Raoul, said the count. Adieu, my dearest boy. Adieu, sir. Adieu, my beloved protector. Athos waved his hand. He dared not trust himself to speak. And Raoul went away, his head uncovered. Athos remained motionless, looking after him until he turned the corner of the street. Then the count threw the bridle of his horse into the hands of a peasant, remounted the steps, went into the cathedral, there to kneel down in the darkest corner and pray. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 23. One of the 40 methods of escape of the Duc de Beaufort. Meanwhile, time was passing on for the prisoner, as well as for those who were preparing his escape. Only for him it passed more slowly. Unlike other men who enter with ardor upon a perilous resolution and grow cold as the moment of execution approaches, the Duc de Beaufort, whose buoyant courage had become a proverb, seemed to push time before him and sought most eagerly to hasten the hour of action. In his escape alone, apart from his plans for the future, which, it must be admitted, were for the present sufficiently vague and uncertain, there was a beginning of vengeance which filled his heart. In the first place, his escape would be a serious misfortune to Monsieur de Chavigny, whom he hated for the petty persecutions he owed to him. It would be a still worse affair for Mazarin, whom he execrated for the greater offences he had committed. It may be observed that there was a proper proportion in his sentiments toward the governor of the prison and the minister, toward the subordinate and the master. Then Monsieur de Beaufort, who was so familiar with the interior of the Palais Royal, though he did not know the relations existing between the queen and the cardinal, pictured to himself in his prison all that dramatic excitement which would ensue when the rumor should run from the minister's cabinet to the chamber of Anne of Austria. Monsieur de Beaufort has escaped. Whilst saying that to himself, Monsieur de Beaufort smiled pleasantly and imagined himself already outside, breathing the air of the plains and the forests, pressing a strong horse between his knees and crying out in a loud voice, "I am free!" It is true that on coming to himself he found that he was still within four walls. he saw La Ramee twirling his thumbs 10 feet from him, and his guards laughing and drinking in the antechamber. The only thing that was pleasant to him in that odious tableau, such is the instability of the human mind, was the sullen face of Grimaud, for whom he had at first conceived such a hatred, and who now was all his hope. Grimaud seemed to him an Antinous. It is needless to say that this transformation was visible only to the prisoner's feverish imagination. Grimaud was still the same, and therefore he retained the entire confidence of his superior, La Ramee, who now relied upon him more than he did upon himself, for, as we have said, La Ramee felt at the bottom of his heart a certain weakness for Monsieur de Beaufort. And so the good La Ramee made a festivity of the little supper with his prisoner. He had but one fault: he was a gourmand. He had found the pâtés good, the wine excellent. Now the successor of Père Marteau had promised him a pâté of pheasant instead of a pâté of fowl, and Chambertin wine instead of Mâcon. All this, set off by the presence of that excellent prince, who was so good-natured, who invented so droll tricks against Monsieur de Chavigny and so fine jokes against Mazarin, made for La Ramee the approaching Pentecost one of the 4 great feasts of the year. He therefore looked forward to 6 o'clock with as much impatience as the duke himself. Since daybreak La Ramee had been occupied with the preparations, and trusting no one but himself, he had visited personally the successor of Père Marteau. The latter had surpassed himself. He showed La Ramee a monstrous pâté, ornamented with Monsieur de Beaufort's coat of arms. It was empty as yet, but a pheasant and 2 partridges were lying near it. La Ramee's mouth watered, and he returned to the duke's chamber, rubbing his hands. To crown his happiness, Monsieur de Chavigny had started on a journey that morning, and in his absence La Ramee was deputy governor of the chateau. As for Grimaud, he seemed more sullen than ever. In the course of the forenoon, Monsieur de Beaufort had a game of tennis with La Ramee. A sign from Grimaud put him on the alert. Grimaud, going in advance, followed the course which they were to take in the evening. The game was played in an enclosure called the little court of the chateau, a place quite deserted except when Monsieur de Beaufort was playing, and even then the precaution seemed superfluous, the wall was so high. There were 3 gates to open before reaching the enclosure, each by a different key. When they arrived, Grimaud went carelessly and sat down by a loophole in the wall, letting his legs dangle outside. It was evident that there the rope ladder was to be attached. This maneuver, transparent to the Duc de Beaufort, was quite unintelligible to La Ramee. The game at tennis, which, upon a sign from Grimaud, Monsieur de Beaufort had consented to play, began in the afternoon. The duke was in full strength and beat La Ramee completely. 4 of the guards, who were constantly near the prisoner, assisted in picking up the tennis balls. When the game was over, the duke, laughing at La Ramee for his bad play, offered these men 2 louis d'or to go and drink his health with their 4 other comrades. The guards asked permission of La Ramee, who gave it to them, but not till the evening, however. Until then he had business, and the prisoner was not to be left alone. 6 o'clock came, and, although they were not to sit down to table until 7 o'clock, dinner was ready and served up. Upon a sideboard appeared a colossal pie with the duke's arms on it, and seemingly cooked to a turn, as far as one could judge by the golden color which illuminated the crust. The rest of the dinner was to come. Everyone was impatient, La Ramee to sit down to table, the guards to go and drink, the duke to escape. Grimaud alone was calm as ever. One might have fancied that Athos had educated him with the express forethought of such a great event. There were moments when, looking at Grimaud, the duke asked himself if he was not dreaming, and if that marble figure was really at his service and would grow animated when the moment came for action. La Ramee sent away the guards, desiring them to drink to the duke's health, and as soon as they were gone, shut all the doors, put the keys in his pocket, and showed the table to the prince with an air that signified, "Whenever my lord pleases." The prince looked at Grimaud. Grimaud looked at the clock. It was hardly a quarter past 6. The escape was fixed to take place at 7 o'clock. There was therefore 3/4 of an hour to wait. The duke, in order to pass away another quarter of an hour, pretended to be reading something that interested him, and muttered that he wished they would allow him to finish his chapter. La Ramee went up to him and looked over his shoulder to see what sort of a book it was that had so singular an influence over the prisoner as to make him put off taking his dinner. It was Caesar's Commentaries, which La Ramee had lent him, contrary to the orders of the governor, and La Ramee resolved never again to disobey these injunctions. Meantime he uncorked the bottles and went to smell if the pie was good. At 6:30 the duke arose and said very gravely, Certainly. Caesar was the greatest man of ancient times. You think so, my lord? answered La Ramee. Yes. Well, as for me, I prefer Hannibal. And why, pray, Master La Ramee? asked the duke. Because he left no commentaries, replied La Ramee, with his coarse laugh. The duke vouchsafed no reply, but sitting down at the table made a sign that La Ramee should seat himself opposite. There is nothing so expressive as the face of an epicure who finds himself before a well-spread table. So La Ramee, when receiving his plate of soup from Grimaud, presented a type of perfect bliss. The duke smiled. "Zounds," he said, "I don't suppose there is a more contented man at this moment in all the kingdom than yourself." "You are right, my lord duke," answered the officer. "I don't know any pleasanter sight on earth than a well-covered table, and when, added to that, he who does the honors is the grandson of Henry IV, you will, my lord duke, easily comprehend that the honor fairly doubles the pleasure one enjoys." The duke in his turn bowed, and an imperceptible smile appeared on the face of Grimaud, who kept behind La Ramee. "My dear La Ramee," said the duke, "you are the only man to turn such faultless compliments." "No, my lord duke," replied La Ramee, in the fullness of his heart, "I say what I think. There is no compliment in what I say to you." "Then you are attached to me?" asked the duke. "To own the truth, I should be inconsolable if you were to leave Vincennes." "A droll way of showing your affliction. The duke meant to say affection." "But, my lord," returned La Ramee, "what would you do if you got out? Every folly you committed would embroil you with the court, and they would put you into the Bastille instead of Vincennes. Now, Monsieur de Chavigny is not amiable, I allow, but Monsieur du Tremblay is considerably worse." "Indeed!" exclaimed the duke, who from time to time looked at the clock, the fingers of which seemed to move with sickening slowness. "But what can you expect from the brother of a Capuchin monk, brought up in the school of Cardinal Richelieu? Ah, my lord, it is a great happiness that the queen, who always wished you well, had a fancy to send you here, where there's a promenade and a tennis court, good air and a good table." "In short," answered the duke, "if I comprehend you aright, La Ramee, I am ungrateful for having ever thought of leaving this place." "Oh, my lord duke, 'tis the height of ingratitude; but your highness has never seriously thought of it." "Yes," returned the duke, "I must confess I sometimes think of it." "Still by one of your 40 methods, your highness?" "Yes, yes, indeed." "My lord," said La Ramee, "now we are quite at our ease and enjoying ourselves, pray tell me one of those 40 ways invented by your highness." "Willingly," answered the duke. "Give me the pie." "I am listening," said La Ramee, leaning back in his armchair and raising his glass of Madeira to his lips, and winking his eye that he might see the sun through the rich liquid that he was about to taste. The duke glanced at the clock. In 10 minutes it would strike 7. Grimaud placed the pie before the duke, who took a knife with a silver blade to raise the upper crust. But La Ramee, who was afraid of any harm happening to this fine work of art, passed his knife, which had an iron blade, to the duke. "Thank you, La Ramee," said the prisoner. "Well, my lord, this famous invention of yours?" "Must I tell you," replied the duke, "on what I most reckon and what I determine to try first?" "Yes, that's the thing, my lord," cried his custodian gaily. "Well, I should hope, in the first instance, to have for keeper an honest fellow like you." "And you have me, my lord. Well?" "Having, then, a keeper like La Ramee, I should try also to have introduced to him by some friend or other a man who would be devoted to me, who would assist me in my flight." "Come, come," said La Ramee, "that's not a bad idea." "Capital, isn't it? For instance, the former servingman of some brave gentleman, an enemy himself to Mazarin, as every gentleman ought to be." "Hush! Don't let us talk politics, my lord." "Then my keeper would begin to trust this man and to depend upon him, and I should have news from those without the prison walls." "Ah, yes, but how can the news be brought to you?" "Nothing easier; in a game of tennis, for example." "In a game of tennis?" asked La Ramee, giving more serious attention to the duke's words. "Yes, see, I send a ball into the moat; a man is there who picks it up; the ball contains a letter. Instead of returning the ball to me when I call for it from the top of the wall, he throws me another. That other ball contains a letter. Thus we have exchanged ideas, and no one has seen us do it." "The devil it does! The devil it does!" said La Ramee, scratching his head. "You're in the wrong to tell me that, my lord. I shall have to watch the men who pick up balls." The duke smiled. "But," resumed La Ramee, "that is only a way of corresponding." "And that is a great deal, it seems to me." "But not enough." "Pardon me. For instance, I say to my friends, 'Be on a certain day, on a certain hour, at the other side of the moat with 2 horses.'" "Well, what then?" La Ramee began to be uneasy. "Unless the horses have wings to mount the ramparts and come and fetch you." "That's not needed. I have," replied the duke, "a way of descending from the ramparts." "What?" "A rope ladder." "Yes, but," answered La Ramee, trying to laugh, "a ladder of ropes can't be sent around a ball like a letter." "No, but it may be sent in something else." "In something else? What?" "In a pate, for example." "In a pate?" said La Ramee. "Yes. Let us suppose one thing," replied the duke. "Let us suppose, for instance, that my maitre d'hotel, Noirmont, has purchased the shop of Pere Marteau." "Well?" said La Ramee, shuddering. "Well, La Ramee, who is a gourmand, sees his pates, thinks them more attractive than those of Pere Marteau, and proposes to me that I shall try them. I consent, on condition that La Ramee tries them with me. That we may be more at our ease, La Ramee removes the guards, keeping only Grimaud to wait on us. Grimaud is the man whom a friend has sent to second me in everything. The moment for my escape is fixed, 7 o'clock. Well, at a few minutes to 7—" "At a few minutes to 7?" cried La Ramee, cold sweat upon his brow. "At a few minutes to 7," returned the duke, suiting the action to the words, "I raise the crust of the pie. I find in it 2 poniards, a ladder of rope and a gag. I point one of the poniards at La Ramee's breast, and I say to him, 'My friend, I am sorry for it, but if thou stirrest, if thou utterest one cry, thou art a dead man.'" The duke, in pronouncing these words, suited, as we have said, the action to the words. He was standing near the officer and he directed the point of the poniard in such a manner, close to La Ramee's heart, that there could be no doubt in the mind of that individual as to his determination. Meanwhile, Grimaud, still mute as ever, drew from the pie the other poniard, the rope ladder and the gag. La Ramee followed all these objects with his eyes, his alarm every moment increasing. "Oh, my lord!" he cried, with an expression of stupefaction in his face, "you haven't the heart to kill me." "No, not if thou dost not oppose my flight." "But, my lord, if I allow you to escape, I am a ruined man." "I will compensate thee for the loss of thy place." "You are determined to leave the chateau?" "By heaven and earth! This night I am determined to be free." "And if I defend myself, or call, or cry out?" "I will kill thee, on the honor of a gentleman." At this moment the clock struck. "7 o'clock," said Grimaud, who had not spoken a word. La Ramee made one movement, in order to satisfy his conscience. The duke frowned; the officer felt the point of the poniard, which, having penetrated through his clothes, was close to his heart. "Let us dispatch," said the duke. "My lord, one last favor." "What? Speak, make haste." "Bind my arms, my lord, fast." "Why bind thee?" "That I may not be considered as your accomplice." "Your hands?" asked Grimaud. "Not before me, behind me." "But with what?" asked the duke. "With your belt, my lord," replied La Ramee. The duke undid his belt and gave it to Grimaud, who tied La Ramee in such a way as to satisfy him. "Your feet, too," said Grimaud. La Ramee stretched out his legs, Grimaud took a tablecloth, tore it into strips and tied La Ramee's feet together. "Now, my lord," said the poor man, "let me have the poire d'angoisse. I asked for it. Without it I should be tried in a court of justice because I did not raise the alarm. Thrust it into my mouth, my lord, thrust it in." Grimaud prepared to comply with this request, when the officer made a sign as if he had something to say. "Speak," said the duke. "Now, my lord, do not forget, if any harm happens to me on your account, that I have a wife and 4 children." "Rest assured. Put the gag in, Grimaud." In a second La Ramee was gagged and laid prostrate. 2 or 3 chairs were thrown down as if there had been a struggle. Grimaud then took from the pocket of the officer all the keys it contained, and first opened the door of the room in which they were, then shut it and double locked it, and both he and the duke proceeded rapidly down the gallery which led to the little enclosure. At last they reached the tennis court. It was completely deserted. No sentinels, no one at any of the windows. The duke ran to the rampart and perceived on the other side of the ditch 3 cavaliers with 2 riding horses. The duke exchanged a signal with them. It was indeed for him that they were there. Grimaud meantime undid the means of escape. This was not, however, a rope ladder, but a ball of silk cord, with a narrow board which was to pass between the legs, the ball to unwind itself by the weight of the person who sat astride upon the board. "Go," said the duke. "First, my lord?" inquired Grimaud. "Certainly, if I am caught, I risk nothing but being taken back again to prison. If they catch thee, thou wilt be hung." "True," replied Grimaud. And instantly Grimaud, sitting upon the board as if on horseback, commenced his perilous descent. The duke followed him with his eyes, with involuntary terror. He had gone down about 3/4 of the length of the wall when the cord broke. Grimaud fell, precipitated into the moat. The duke uttered a cry, but Grimaud did not give a single moan. He must have been dreadfully hurt, for he did not stir from the place where he fell. Immediately one of the men who were waiting slipped down into the moat, tied under Grimaud's shoulders the end of a cord, and the remaining 2, who held the other end, drew Grimaud to them. "Descend, my lord," said the man in the moat. "There are only 15 feet more from the top down here, and the grass is soft." The duke had already begun to descend. His task was the more difficult as there was no board to support him. He was obliged to let himself down by his hands, and from a height of 50 feet. But, as we have said, he was active, strong, and full of presence of mind. In less than 5 minutes he arrived at the end of the cord. He was then only 15 feet from the ground, as the gentleman below had told him. He let go the rope and fell upon his feet, without receiving any injury. He instantly began to climb up the slope of the moat, on the top of which he met the Rochefort. The other 2 gentlemen were unknown to him. Grimaud, in his swoon, was tied securely to a horse. "Gentlemen," said the duke, "I will thank you later. Now we have not a moment to lose. On then, on! Those who love me, follow me." And he jumped on his horse and set off at full gallop, snuffing the fresh air in his triumph, and shouting out, with an expression of face which it would be impossible to describe, "Free! Free! Free!" Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 24. The timely arrival of D'Artagnan in Paris. At Blois, D'Artagnan received the money paid to him by Mazarin for any future service he might render the cardinal. From Blois to Paris was a journey of 4 days for ordinary travelers, but D'Artagnan arrived on the 3rd day at the Barrière Saint-Denis. In turning the corner of the Rue Montmartre in order to reach the Rue Tiquetonne and the Hôtel de la Chevrette, where he had appointed Porthos to meet him, he saw at one of the windows of the hotel that friend himself dressed in a sky-blue waistcoat, embroidered with silver, and gaping till he showed every one of his white teeth, whilst the people passing by admiringly gazed at this gentleman, so handsome and so rich, who seemed to weary of his riches and his greatness. D'Artagnan and Planchet had hardly turned the corner when Porthos recognized them. "Hey, D'Artagnan!" he cried. "Thank God you have come!" "Hey, good day, dear friend!" replied D'Artagnan. Porthos came down at once to the threshold of the hotel. "Ah, my dear friend!" he cried, "what bad stabling for my horses here!" "Indeed," said D'Artagnan, "I am most unhappy to hear it on account of those fine animals." "And I also. I was also wretchedly off," he answered, moving backward and forward as he spoke. "And had it not been for the hostess," he added, with his air of vulgar self-complacency, "who is very agreeable and understands a joke, I should have got a lodging elsewhere." The pretty Madeleine, who had approached during this colloquy, stepped back and turned pale as death on hearing Porthos's words, for she thought the scene with the Swiss was about to be repeated. But to her great surprise, D'Artagnan remained perfectly calm, and instead of being angry, he laughed and said to Porthos, "Yes, I understand. The air of La Rue Tiquetonne is not like that of Pierrefonds. But console yourself, I will soon conduct you to one much better." "When will you do that?" "Immediately, I hope." "Ah, so much the better." To that exclamation of Porthos's succeeded a groaning, low and profound, which seemed to come from behind a door. D'Artagnan, who had just dismounted, then saw, outlined against the wall, the enormous stomach of Mousqueton, whose down-drawn mouth emitted sounds of distress. "And you, too, my poor Monsieur Mouston, are out of place in this poor hotel, are you not?" asked D'Artagnan, in that rallying tone which may indicate either compassion or mockery. "He finds the cooking detestable," replied Porthos. "Why, then, doesn't he attend to it himself, as at Chantilly?" "Ah, monsieur, I have not here, as I had there, the ponds of Monsieur le Prince, where I could catch those beautiful carp, nor the forests of his highness to provide me with partridges. As for the cellar, I have searched every part, and poor stuff I found." "Monsieur Mouston," said D'Artagnan, "I should indeed condole with you had I not at this moment something very pressing to attend to." Then, taking Porthos aside, "My dear Du Vallon," he said, "here you are in full dress most fortunately, for I am going to take you to the cardinal's." "Gracious me! Really?" "Really!" exclaimed Porthos, opening his great wondering eyes. "Yes, my friend." "A presentation? Indeed!" "Does that alarm you?" "No, but it agitates me." "Oh, don't be distressed. You have to deal with a cardinal of another kind. This one will not oppress you by his dignity." "'Tis the same thing. You understand me, D'Artagnan. A court." "There's no court now, alas!" "The queen!" "I was going to say there's no longer a queen. The queen? Rest assured we shall not see her." "And you say that we're going from here to the Palais Royal?" "Immediately; only that there may be no delay, I shall borrow one of your horses." "Certainly; all the four are at your service." "Oh, I need only one of them for the time being." "Shall we take our valets?" "Yes, you may as well take Mousqueton. As to Planchet, he has certain reasons for not going to court." "And what are they?" "Oh, he doesn't stand well with his eminence." "Mouston," said Porthos, "saddle Vulcan and Bayard." "And for myself, monsieur, shall I saddle Ristaud?" "No, take a more stylish horse, Phoebus or Superbe. We're going with some ceremony." "Ah!" said Mousqueton, breathing more freely. "You're only going, then, to make a visit?" "Ah, yes, of course, Mouston, nothing else. But to avoid risk, put the pistols in the holsters. You'll find mine on my saddle, already loaded." Mouston breathed a sigh; he couldn't understand visits of ceremony made under arms. "Indeed," said Porthos, looking complacently at his old lackey as he went away. "You are right, D'Artagnan. Mouston will do. Mouston has a very fine appearance." D'Artagnan smiled. "But you, my friend, are you not going to change your dress?" "No, I shall go as I am. This traveling dress will serve to show the cardinal my haste to obey his commands." They set out on Vulcan and Bayard, followed by Mousqueton on Phoebus, and arrived at the Palais Royal at about 6:45. The streets were crowded, for it was the day of Pentecost, and the crowd looked in wonder at these two cavaliers, one as fresh as if he'd come out of a bandbox, the other so covered with dust that he looked as if he'd but just come off a field of battle. Mousqueton also attracted attention, and as the romance of Don Quixote was then the fashion, they said that he was Sancho, who, after having lost one master, had found two. On reaching the palace, D'Artagnan sent to his eminence the letter in which he had been ordered to return without delay. He was soon ordered to the presence of the cardinal. "Courage!" he whispered to Porthos, as they proceeded. "Do not be intimidated. Believe me, the eye of the eagle is closed forever. We have only the vulture to deal with. Hold yourself as bolt upright as on the day of the bastion of Saint Gervais, and do not bow too low to this Italian. That might give him a poor idea of you." "Good," answered Porthos, "good." Mazarin was in his study, working at a list of pensions and benefices, of which he was trying to reduce the number. He saw D'Artagnan and Porthos enter with internal pleasure, yet showed no joy in his countenance. "Ah, you, is it? Monsieur le lieutenant, you have been very prompt. 'Tis well. Welcome to you." "Thanks, my lord. Here I am at your eminence's service, as well as Monsieur du Vallon, one of my old friends, who used to conceal his nobility under the name of Porthos." Porthos bowed to the cardinal. "A magnificent cavalier," remarked Mazarin. Porthos turned his head to the right and to the left, and drew himself up with a movement full of dignity. "The best swordsman in the kingdom, my lord," said D'Artagnan. Porthos bowed to his friend. Mazarin was as fond of fine soldiers as, in later times, Frederick of Prussia used to be. He admired the strong hands, the broad shoulders and the steady eye of Porthos. He seemed to see before him the salvation of his administration and of the kingdom, sculptured in flesh and bone. He remembered that the old association of Musketeers was composed of 4 persons. "And your 2 other friends?" he asked. Porthos opened his mouth, thinking it a good opportunity to put in a word in his turn. D'Artagnan checked him by a glance from the corner of his eye. "They are prevented at this moment, but will join us later." Mazarin coughed a little. "And this gentleman, being disengaged, takes to the service willingly?" he asked. "Yes, my lord, and from pure devotion to the cause, for Monsieur de Bracieux is rich." "Rich," said Mazarin, whom that single word always inspired with a great respect. 50,000 francs a year," said Porthos. These were the first words he had spoken. "From pure zeal," resumed Mazarin with his artful smile, "from pure zeal and devotion, then?" "My lord has, perhaps, no faith in those words?" said D'Artagnan. "Have you, Monsieur le Gascon?" asked Mazarin, supporting his elbows on his desk and his chin on his hands. "I," replied the Gascon, "I believe in devotion as a word at one's baptism, for instance, which naturally comes before one's proper name. Every one is naturally more or less devout, certainly, but there should be at the end of one's devotion something to gain." "And your friend, for instance, what does he expect to have at the end of his devotion?" "Well, my lord, my friend has 3 magnificent estates, that of Vaillant at Corbeil, that of Bracieux in the Soissonnais, and that of Pierrefonds in the Valois. Now, my lord, he would like to have one of these 3 estates erected into a barony." "Only that?" said Mazarin, his eyes twinkling with joy on seeing that he could pay for Porthos's devotion without opening his purse. "Only that? That can be managed." "I shall be baron," explained Porthos, stepping forward. "I told you so," said D'Artagnan, checking him with his hand, "and now his eminence confirms it." "And you, Monsieur d'Artagnan, what do you want?" "My lord," said D'Artagnan, "it is 20 years since Cardinal de Richelieu made me lieutenant." "Yes, and you would be gratified if Cardinal Mazarin should make you captain." D'Artagnan bowed. "Well, that is not impossible. We will see, gentlemen, we will see. Now, Monsieur de Vaillant," said Mazarin, "what service do you prefer, in the town or in the country?" Porthos opened his mouth to reply. "My lord," said D'Artagnan, "Monsieur de Vaillant is like me; he prefers service extraordinary, that is to say, enterprises that are considered mad and impossible." That boastfulness was not displeasing to Mazarin; he fell into meditation. "And yet," he said, "I must admit that I sent for you to appoint you to quiet service. I have certain apprehensions—" "Well, what is the meaning of that?" In fact, a great noise was heard in the antechamber; at the same time the door of the study was burst open and a man, covered with dust, rushed into it, exclaiming: "My lord the cardinal! My lord the cardinal!" Mazarin thought that someone was going to assassinate him and he drew back, pushing his chair on the casters. D'Artagnan and Porthos moved so as to plant themselves between the person entering and the cardinal. "Well, sir," exclaimed Mazarin, "what's the matter? And why do you rush in here as if you were about to penetrate a crowded marketplace?" "My lord," replied the messenger, "I wish to speak to your eminence in secret. I am Monsieur Dupont, an officer in the guards, on duty at the Donjon of Vincennes." Mazarin, perceiving by the paleness and agitation of the messenger that he had something of importance to say, made a sign that D'Artagnan and Porthos should give place. D'Artagnan and Porthos withdrew to a corner of the cabinet. "Speak, monsieur, speak at once," said Mazarin. "What is the matter?" "The matter is, my lord, that the Duc de Beaufort has contrived to escape from the chateau of Vincennes." Mazarin uttered a cry and became paler than the man who had brought the news. He fell back, almost fainting, in his chair. "Escaped? Monsieur de Beaufort escaped?" "My lord, I saw him run off from the top of the terrace." "And you did not fire on him?" "He was out of range." "Monsieur de Chavigny, where was he?" "Absent." "And La Ramee?" "Was found locked up in the prisoner's room, a gag in his mouth and a poniard near him." "But the man who was under him?" "Was an accomplice of the duke's and escaped along with him." Mazarin groaned. "My lord," said D'Artagnan, advancing toward the cardinal. "It seems to me that your eminence is losing precious time. It may still be possible to overtake the prisoner. France is large, the nearest frontier is 60 leagues distant." "And who is to pursue him?" cried Mazarin. "I, pardieu!" "And you would arrest him?" "Why not?" "You would arrest the Duc de Beaufort, armed, in the field?" "If your eminence should order me to arrest the devil, I would seize him by the horns and would bring him in." "So would I," said Porthos. "So would you," said Mazarin, looking with astonishment at those two men. "But the duke will not yield himself without a furious battle." "Very well," said D'Artagnan, his eyes aflame. "Battle! It is a long time since we've had a battle, eh, Porthos?" "Battle!" cried Porthos. "And you think you can catch him?" "Yes, if we are better mounted than he." "Go, then, take what guards you find here and pursue him." "You command us, my lord, to do so?" "And I sign my orders," said Mazarin, taking a piece of paper and writing some lines. "Monsieur du Vallon, your barony is on the back of the Duc de Beaufort's horse; you have nothing to do but to overtake it. As for you, my dear lieutenant, I promise you nothing, but if you bring him back to me, dead or alive, you may ask all you wish." "To horse, Porthos!" said D'Artagnan, taking his friend by the hand. "Here I am," smiled Porthos, with sublime composure. They descended the great staircase, taking with them all the guards they found on their road, and crying out, "To arms! To arms!" and immediately put spur to horse, which set off along the Rue Saint-Honoré with the speed of the whirlwind. "Well, Baron, I promise you some good exercise," said the Gascon. "Yes, my captain." As they went, the citizens, awakened, left their doors, and the street dogs followed the cavaliers, barking. At the corner of the Cimetière Saint-Jean, D'Artagnan upset a man. It was too insignificant an occurrence to delay people so eager to get on. The troop continued its course as though their steeds had wings. Alas, there are no unimportant events in this world, and we shall see that this apparently slight incident came near endangering the monarchy. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 25. An Adventure on the High Road. The Musketeers rode the whole length of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine and of the road to Vincennes, and soon found themselves out of the town, then in a forest, and then within sight of a village. The horses seemed to become more lively with each successive step. Their nostrils reddened like glowing furnaces. D'Artagnan, freely applying his spurs, was in advance of Porthos 2 feet at the most. Mousqueton followed 2 lengths behind. The guards were scattered according to the varying excellence of their respective mounts. From the top of an eminence D'Artagnan perceived a group of people collected on the other side of the moat, in front of that part of the donjon which looks towards Saint-Maur. He rode on, convinced that in this direction he would gain intelligence of the fugitive. In 5 minutes he had arrived at the place where the guards joined him, coming up one by one. The several members of that group were much excited. They looked at the cord, still hanging from the loophole and broken at about 20 feet from the ground. Their eyes measured the height and they exchanged conjectures. On the top of the wall sentinels went and came with a frightened air. A few soldiers, commanded by a sergeant, drove away idlers from the place where the duke had mounted his horse. D'Artagnan went straight to the sergeant. "My officer," said the sergeant, "it is not permitted to stop here." "That prohibition is not for me," said D'Artagnan. "Have the fugitives been pursued?" "Yes, my officer. Unfortunately, they are well mounted." "How many are there?" "4, and a 5th whom they carried away wounded." "4!" said D'Artagnan, looking at Porthos. "Do you hear, Baron? They are only 4." A joyous smile lighted Porthos's face. "How long a start have they?" 2 hours and a quarter, my officer." 2 hours and a quarter? That is nothing. We are well mounted, are we not, Porthos?" Porthos breathed a sigh. He thought of what was in store for his poor horses. "Very good," said D'Artagnan. "And now, in what direction did they set out?" "That I am forbidden to tell." D'Artagnan drew from his pocket a paper. "Order of the king," he said. "Speak to the governor, then." "And where is the governor?" "In the country." Anger mounted to D'Artagnan's face. He frowned and his cheeks were colored. "Ah, you scoundrel!" he said to the sergeant, "I believe you're impudent to me. Wait." He unfolded the paper, presented it to the sergeant with one hand, and with the other took a pistol from his holsters and cocked it. "Order of the king, I tell you. Read and answer, or I will blow out your brains." The sergeant saw that D'Artagnan was in earnest. "The Vendomois road," he replied. "And by what gate did they go out?" "By the Saint-Maur gate." "If you're deceiving me, rascal, you'll be hanged tomorrow." "And if you catch up with them, you won't come back to hang me," murmured the sergeant. D'Artagnan shrugged his shoulders, made a sign to his escort, and started. "This way, gentlemen, this way!" he cried, directing his course toward the gate that had been pointed out. But now that the duke had escaped, the concierge had seen fit to fasten the gate with a double lock. It was necessary to compel him to open it, as the sergeant had been compelled to speak, and this took another 10 minutes. This last obstacle having been overcome, the troop pursued their course with their accustomed ardor. But some of the horses could no longer sustain this pace. 3 of them stopped after an hour's gallop, and 1 fell down. D'Artagnan, who never turned his head, did not perceive it. Porthos told him of it in his calm manner. "If only we two arrive," said D'Artagnan, "it will be enough, since the duke's troop are only 4 in number." "That is true," said Porthos. And he spurred his courser on. At the end of another 2 hours the horses had gone 12 leagues without stopping. Their legs began to tremble, and the foam they shed whitened the doublets of their masters. "Let us rest here an instant to give these poor creatures breathing time," said Porthos. "Let us rather kill them. Yes, kill them!" cried D'Artagnan. "I see fresh tracks. 'Tis not a quarter of an hour since they passed this place." In fact, the road was trodden by horses' feet, visible even in the approaching gloom of evening. They set out. After a run of 2 leagues, Mousqueton's horse sank. "Gracious me!" said Porthos, "there's Phoebus ruined." "The cardinal will pay you 100 pistoles." "I'm above that." "Let us set out again, at full gallop." "Yes, if we can." But at last the lieutenant's horse refused to go on. He could not breathe. One last spur, instead of making him advance, made him fall. "The devil!" exclaimed Porthos. "There's Vulcan founded." "Zounds!" cried D'Artagnan. "Then we must stop. Give me your horse, Porthos. What the devil are you doing?" "By Jove, I'm falling, or rather Bayard is falling," answered Porthos. All 3 then cried, "All's over!" "Hush!" said D'Artagnan. "What is it?" "I hear a horse." "It belongs to one of our companions, who is overtaking us." "No," said D'Artagnan, "it is in advance." "That is another thing," said Porthos, and he listened toward the quarter indicated by D'Artagnan. "Monsieur," said Mousqueton, who, abandoning his horse on the highroad, had come on foot to rejoin his master. "Phoebus could no longer hold out and——" "Silence!" said Porthos. In fact, at that moment a second neighing was borne to them on the night wind. "It is 500 feet from here in advance," said D'Artagnan. "True, monsieur," said Mousqueton, "and 500 feet from here is a small hunting house." "Mousqueton, thy pistols," said D'Artagnan. "I have them at hand, monsieur." "Porthos, take yours from your holsters." "I have them." "Good," said D'Artagnan, seizing his own. "Now you understand, Porthos?" "Not too well." "We are out on the king's service." "Well?" "For the king's service we need horses." "That is true," said Porthos. "Then not a word, but set to work." They went on through the darkness, silent as phantoms. They saw a light glimmering in the midst of some trees. "Yonder is the house, Porthos," said the Gascon. "Let me do what I please, and do you what I do." They glided from tree to tree till they arrived at 20 steps from the house, unperceived, and saw by means of a lantern suspended under a hut 4 fine horses. A groom was rubbing them down. Near them were saddles and bridles. D'Artagnan approached quickly, making a sign to his 2 companions to remain a few steps behind. "I buy those horses," he said to the groom. The groom turned toward him with a look of surprise, but made no reply. "Didn't you hear, fellow?" "Yes, I heard." "Why then didn't you reply?" "Because these horses are not to be sold," was the reply. "I take them, then," said the lieutenant. And he took hold of one within his reach. His 2 companions did the same thing. "Sir," cried the groom, "they have traversed 6 leagues and have only been unsaddled half an hour." "Half an hour's rest is enough," replied the Gascon. The groom cried aloud for help. A kind of steward appeared, just as D'Artagnan and his companions were prepared to mount. The steward attempted to expostulate. "My dear friend," cried the lieutenant, "if you say a word I will blow out your brains." "But, sir," answered the steward, "do you know that these horses belong to Monsieur de Montbazon?" "So much the better; they must be good animals, then." "Sir, I shall call my people." "And I mine, then. I have 10 guards behind me, don't you hear them gallop? And I'm one of the king's musketeers. Come, Porthos, come, Mousqueton." They all mounted the horses as quickly as possible. "Halloo! Hey! Hey!" cried the steward. "The house servants, with the carbines!" "On! On!" cried D'Artagnan. "They'll be firing! On!" They all set off, swift as the wind. "Here!" cried the steward. "Here!" whilst the groom ran to a neighboring building. "Take care of your horses!" cried D'Artagnan to him. "Fire!" replied the steward. A gleam, like a flash of lightning, illumined the road, and with the flash was heard the whistling of balls, which were fired wildly in the air. "They fire like grooms," said Porthos. "In the time of the cardinal, people fired better than that. Do you remember the road to Crèvecoeur, Mousqueton?" "Ah, sir, my left side still pains me." "Are you sure we're on the right track, lieutenant?" "Egad, didn't you hear? These horses belong to Monsieur de Montbazon. Well, Monsieur de Montbazon is the husband of Madame de Montbazon." "And?" "And Madame de Montbazon is the mistress of the Duc de Beaufort." "Ah, I understand," replied Porthos. "She has ordered relays of horses." "Exactly so." "And we are pursuing the duke with the very horses he has just left?" "My dear Porthos, you are really a man of most superior understanding," said D'Artagnan, with a look as if he spoke against his conviction. "Pooh!" replied Porthos, "I am what I am." They rode on for an hour, till the horses were covered with foam and dust. "Zounds! What is yonder?" cried D'Artagnan. "You are very lucky if you see anything such a night as this," said Porthos. "Something bright." "I, too," cried Mousqueton, "saw them also." "Ah, ah! Have we overtaken them?" "Good! A dead horse," said D'Artagnan, pulling up his horse, which shied. "It seems their horses too are breaking down, as well as ours." "I seem to hear the noise of a troop of horsemen," exclaimed Porthos, leaning over his horse's mane. "Impossible." "They appear to be numerous." "Then 'tis something else." "Another horse," said Porthos. "Dead?" "No, dying." "Saddled?" "Yes, saddled and bridled." "Then we are upon the fugitives." "Courage, we have them." "But if they are numerous," observed Mousqueton, "'tis not we who have them, but they who have us." "Nonsense!" cried D'Artagnan. "They'll suppose us to be stronger than themselves, as we're in pursuit. They'll be afraid and will disperse." "Certainly," remarked Porthos. "Ah, do you see?" cried the lieutenant. "The lights again; this time I, too, saw them," said Porthos. "On! On! Forward! Forward!" cried D'Artagnan, in his stentorian voice. "We shall laugh over all this in 5 minutes." And they darted on anew. The horses, excited by pain and emulation, raced over the dark road, in the midst of which was now seen a moving mass, denser and more obscure than the rest of the horizon. Chapter 26 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 26. The Rencontre. They rode on in this way for 10 minutes. Suddenly, 2 dark forms seemed to separate from the mass, advanced, grew in size, and, as they loomed up larger and larger, assumed the appearance of 2 horsemen. "Aha!" cried D'Artagnan, "they are coming toward us." "So much the worse for them," said Porthos. "Who goes there?" cried a hoarse voice. The 3 horsemen made no reply, stopped not, and all that was heard was the noise of swords drawn from the scabbards and the cocking of the pistols with which the 2 phantoms were armed. "Bridle a mouth," said D'Artagnan. Porthos understood him, and he and the lieutenant each drew with the left hand a pistol from their bolsters and cocked it in their turn. "Who goes there?" was asked a second time. "Not a step forward, or you're a dead man." "Stuff!" cried Porthos, almost choked with dust and chewing his bridle as a horse chews his bit. "Stuff and nonsense! We've seen plenty of dead men in our time." Hearing these words, the two shadows blockaded the road, and by the light of the stars might be seen the shining of their arms. "Back!" shouted D'Artagnan, "or you're dead!" 2 shots were the reply to this threat, but the assailants attacked their foes with such velocity that in a moment they were upon them. A third pistol shot was heard, aimed by D'Artagnan, and one of his adversaries fell. As for Porthos, he assaulted the foe with such violence that, although his sword was thrust aside, the enemy was thrown off his horse and fell about 10 steps from it. "Finish, Mouston, finish the work!" cried Porthos, and he darted on beside his friend, who had already begun a fresh pursuit. "Well?" said Porthos. "I have broken my man's skull," cried D'Artagnan. "And you?" "I have only thrown the fellow down, but hark!" Another shot of a carbine was heard. It was Mousqueton, who was obeying his master's command. "On! On!" cried D'Artagnan. "All goes well. We have the first throw." "Ha, ha!" answered Porthos. "Behold, other players appear." And in fact, 2 other cavaliers made their appearance, detached, as it seemed, from the principal group. They again disputed the road. This time the lieutenant did not wait for the opposite party to speak. "Stand aside!" he cried. "Stand off the road!" "What do you want?" asked a voice. "The duke!" Porthos and D'Artagnan roared out both at once. A burst of laughter was the answer, but finished with a groan. D'Artagnan had, with his sword, cut in two the poor wretch who had laughed. At the same time Porthos and his adversary fired on each other, and D'Artagnan turned to him. "Bravo! You've killed him, I think." "No, wounded his horse only." "What would you have, my dear fellow? One doesn't hit the bull's eye every time. It is something to hit inside the ring. Ah, parbleu! What is the matter with my horse?" "Your horse is falling," said Porthos, reining in his own. In truth, the lieutenant's horse stumbled and fell on his knees. Then a rattling in his throat was heard and he lay down to die. He had received in the chest the bullet of D'Artagnan's first adversary. D'Artagnan swore loud enough to be heard in the skies. "Does your honor want a horse?" asked Mousqueton. "Zounds! Want one?" cried the Gascon. "Here's one, your honor." "How the devil hast thou 2 horses?" asked D'Artagnan, jumping on one of them. "Their masters are dead. I thought they might be useful, so I took them." Meantime Porthos had reloaded his pistols. "Be on the qui vive!" cried D'Artagnan. "Here are 2 other cavaliers." As he spoke, 2 horsemen advanced at full speed. "How, your honor!" cried Mousqueton. "The man you upset is getting up." "Why didn't thou do as thou didst to the first man?" said Porthos. "I held the horses; my hands were full, your honor." A shot was fired that moment. Mousqueton shrieked with pain. "Ah, sir, I'm hit in the other side, exactly opposite the other. This hurt is just the fellow of the one I had on the road to Amiens." Porthos turned around like a lion, plunged on the dismounted cavalier, who tried to draw his sword, but before it was out of the scabbard, Porthos, with the hilt of his, had struck him such a terrible blow on the head that he fell like an ox beneath the butcher's knife. Mousqueton, groaning, slipped from his horse, his wound not allowing him to keep the saddle. On perceiving the cavaliers, D'Artagnan had stopped and charged his pistol afresh. Besides, his horse, he found, had a carbine on the bow of the saddle. "Here I am!" exclaimed Porthos. "Shall we wait or shall we charge?" "Let us charge them," answered the Gascon. "Charge!" cried Porthos. They spurred on their horses. The other cavaliers were only 20 steps from them. "For the king!" cried D'Artagnan. "The king has no authority here," answered a deep voice, which seemed to proceed from a cloud, so enveloped was the cavalier in a whirlwind of dust. "'Tis well; we will see if the king's name is not a passport everywhere," replied the Gascon. "See," answered the voice. 2 shots were fired at once, one by D'Artagnan, the other by the adversary of Porthos. D'Artagnan's ball took off his enemy's hat. The ball fired by Porthos's foe went through the throat of his horse, which fell, groaning. "For the last time, where are you going?" "To the devil!" answered D'Artagnan. Good, you may be easy then, you'll get there. D'Artagnan then saw a musket barrel leveled at him. He had no time to draw from his holsters. He recalled a bit of advice which Athos had once given him, and made his horse rear. The ball struck the animal full in front. D'Artagnan felt his horse giving way under him, and with his wonderful agility threw himself to one side. "Ah, this," cried the voice, the tone of which was at once polished and jeering, "this is nothing but a butchery of horses, and not a combat between men. To the sword, sir! The sword!" And he jumped off his horse. "To the swords! Be it so!" replied D'Artagnan. "That is exactly what I want." D'Artagnan, in 2 steps, was engaged with the foe, whom, according to custom, he attacked impetuously, but he met this time with a skill and a strength of arm that gave him pause. Twice he was obliged to step back. His opponent stirred not 1 inch. D'Artagnan returned and again attacked him. Twice or thrice thrusts were attempted on both sides without effect. Sparks were emitted from the swords like water spouting forth. At last D'Artagnan thought it was time to try one of his favorite feints in fencing. He brought it to bear, skillfully executed it with the rapidity of lightning, and struck the blow with a force which he fancied would prove irresistible. The blow was parried. "'Sdeath!" he cried, with his Gascon accent. At this exclamation his adversary bounded back and, bending his bare head, tried to distinguish in the gloom the features of the lieutenant. As to D'Artagnan, afraid of some feint, he still stood on the defensive. "Have a care!" cried Porthos to his opponent. "I've still 2 pistols charged." "The more reason you should fire the first," cried his foe. Porthos fired. The flash threw a gleam of light over the field of battle. As the light shone on them, a cry was heard from the other 2 combatants. "Athos!" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "D'Artagnan!" ejaculated Athos. Athos raised his sword, D'Artagnan lowered his. "Aramis!" cried Athos, "don't fire!" "Aha! Is it you, Aramis?" said Porthos. And he threw away his pistol. Aramis pushed his back into his saddlebags and sheathed his sword. "My son!" exclaimed Athos, extending his hand to D'Artagnan. This was the name which he gave him in former days, in their moments of tender intimacy. "Athos!" cried D'Artagnan, wringing his hands. "So you defend him, and I, who have sworn to take him dead or alive, I am dishonored, and by you." "Kill me," replied Athos, uncovering his breast, "if your honor requires my death." "Oh, woe is me! Woe is me!" cried the lieutenant. "There's only 1 man in the world who could stay my hand. By a fatality, that very man bars my way. What shall I say to the cardinal?" "You can tell him, sir," answered a voice which was the voice of high command in the battlefield, "that he sent against me the only 2 men capable of getting the better of 4 men, of fighting man to man without discomfiture against the Comte de la Fère and the Chevalier d'Herblay, and of surrendering only to 50 men." "The prince!" exclaimed at the same moment Athos and Aramis, unmasking as they addressed the Duc de Beaufort, whilst D'Artagnan and Porthos stepped backward. "50 cavaliers!" cried the Gascon and Porthos. "Look around you, gentlemen, if you doubt the fact," said the duke. The 2 friends looked to the right, to the left; they were encompassed by a troop of horsemen. "Hearing the noise of the fight," resumed the duke, "I fancied you had about 20 men with you, so I came back with those around me, tired of always running away, and wishing to draw my sword in my own cause, but you are only 2." "Yes, my lord, but as you have said, 2 that are a match for 20," said Athos. "Come, gentlemen, your swords," said the duke. "Our swords!" cried D'Artagnan, raising his head and regaining his self-possession. "Never!" "Never!" added Porthos. Some of the men moved toward them. "One moment, my lord," whispered Athos, and he said something in a low voice. "As you will," replied the duke. "I am too much indebted to you to refuse your first request. Gentlemen," he said to his escort, "withdraw. Monsieur d'Artagnan, Monsieur du Vallon, you are free." The order was obeyed. D'Artagnan and Porthos then found themselves in the center of a large circle. "Now, D'Herblay," said Athos, "dismount and come here." Aramis dismounted and went to Porthos, whilst Athos approached D'Artagnan. All 4 once more together. "Friends," said Athos, "do you regret you have not shed our blood?" "No," replied D'Artagnan, "I regret to see that we, hitherto united, are opposed to each other. Ah, nothing will ever go well with us hereafter." "Oh, heaven! no, all is over," said Porthos. "Well, be on our side now," resumed Aramis. "Silence, D'Herblay!" cried Athos. "Such proposals are not to be made to gentlemen such as these. 'Tis a matter of conscience with them as with us." "Meantime, here we are enemies," said Porthos. "Gramercy! Who would ever have thought it?" D'Artagnan only sighed. Athos looked at them both and took their hands in his. "Gentlemen," he said, "this is a serious business, and my heart bleeds as if you had pierced it through and through. Yes, we are severed. There is the great, the distressing truth. But we have not as yet declared war. Perhaps we shall have to make certain conditions, therefore a solemn conference is indispensable." "For my own part, I demand it," said Aramis. "I accept it," interposed D'Artagnan, proudly. Porthos bowed, as if in assent. "Let us choose a place of rendezvous," continued Athos, "and in a last interview arrange our mutual position and the conduct we are to maintain toward each other." "Good!" the other three exclaimed. "Well, then, the place?" "Will the Place Royale suit you?" asked D'Artagnan. "In Paris?" "Yes." Athos and Aramis looked at each other. "The Place Royale, be it so," replied Athos. "When?" "Tomorrow evening, if you like." "At what hour?" "At 10 in the evening, if that suits you. By that time we shall have returned." "Good." "There," continued Athos, "either peace or war will be decided. Honor at all events will be maintained." "Alas!" murmured D'Artagnan, "our honor as soldiers is lost to us forever." "D'Artagnan," said Athos, gravely, "I assure you that you do me wrong in dwelling so upon that. What I think of is that we have crossed swords as enemies. Yes," he continued, sadly shaking his head, "yes, it is as you said. Misfortune indeed has overtaken us. Come, Aramis." "And we, Porthos," said D'Artagnan, "will return, carrying our shame to the cardinal." "And tell him," cried a voice, "that I am not too old yet for a man of action." D'Artagnan recognized the voice of De Rochefort. "Can I do anything for you, gentlemen?" asked the duke. "Bear witness that we have done all that we could." "That shall be testified to, rest assured. Adieu. We shall meet soon, I trust, in Paris, where you shall have your revenge." The duke, as he spoke, kissed his hand, spurred his horse into a gallop and disappeared, followed by his troop, who were soon lost in distance and darkness. D'Artagnan and Porthos were now alone with a man who held by the bridles two horses. They thought it was Mousqueton and went up to him. "What do I see?" cried the lieutenant. "Grimaud, is it thou?" Grimaud signified that he was not mistaken. "And whose horses are these?" cried D'Artagnan. "Who has given them to us?" said Porthos. "The Comte de la Fere." "Athos, Athos," muttered D'Artagnan, "you think of every one. You are indeed a nobleman. Whither art thou going, Grimaud?" "To join the Vicomte de Bragelonne in Flanders, your honor." They were taking the road toward Paris, when groans, which seemed to proceed from a ditch, attracted their attention. "What is that?" asked D'Artagnan. "It is I, Mousqueton," said a mournful voice, whilst a sort of shadow arose out of the side of the road. Porthos ran to him. "Art thou dangerously wounded, my dear Mousqueton?" he said. "No, sir, but I am severely." "What can we do?" said D'Artagnan. "We must return to Paris." "I will take care of Mousqueton," said Grimaud, and he gave his arm to his old comrade, whose eyes were full of tears; nor could Grimaud tell whether the tears were caused by wounds or by the pleasure of seeing him again. D'Artagnan and Porthos went on, meantime, to Paris. They were passed by a sort of courier, covered with dust, the bearer of a letter from the duke to the cardinal, giving testimony to the valor of D'Artagnan and Porthos. Mazarin had passed a very bad night when this letter was brought to him, announcing that the duke was free and that he would henceforth raise up mortal strife against him. "What consoles me," said the cardinal, after reading the letter, "is that, at least, In this chase, D'Artagnan has done me one good turn. He has destroyed Broussel. This Gascon is a precious fellow; even his misadventures are of use." The cardinal referred to that man whom D'Artagnan upset at the corner of the Cimetière Saint-Jean in Paris, and who was no other than the Councillor Broussel. Chapter 26.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clark Bell, Tucson, Arizona. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas, Chapter 27. The four old friends prepare to meet again. "Well," said Porthos, seated in the courtyard of the Hôtel de la Chevrette, to D'Artagnan, who, with a long and melancholy face, had returned from the Place Royale. "Did he receive you ungraciously, my dear friend?" "I' faith, yes. A brute, that cardinal. What are you eating there, Porthos?" "I am dipping a biscuit into a glass of Spanish wine. Do the same." "You are right. Gimblot, a glass of wine. Well, how has all gone off?" "Zounds! You know there is only one way of saying things, so I went in and said, 'My lord, we were not the strongest party.'" "Yes, I know that," he said, "but give me the particulars." "You know, Porthos, I could not give him the particulars without naming our friends. To name them would be to commit them to ruin. So I merely said, 'They were 50, and we were 2. "There was firing, nevertheless, I heard," he said. "And your swords? They saw the light of day, I presume." "That is, the night, my lord," I answered. "Ah," cried the cardinal, "I thought you were a Gascon, my friend." "I am a Gascon," said I, "only when I succeed." The answer pleased him, and he laughed. "That will teach me," he said, "to have my guards provided with better horses, for if they had been able to keep up with you, and if each one of them had done as much as you and your friend, you would have kept your word and would have brought him back to me, dead or alive." "Well, there's nothing bad in that, it seems to me," said Porthos. "Oh, mon Dieu, no, nothing at all. It was the way in which he spoke. It is incredible how these biscuits soak up wine. They are veritable sponges. Gimblot, another bottle." The bottle was brought with a promptness which showed the degree of consideration D'Artagnan enjoyed in the establishment. He continued, "So I was going away, but he called me back. 'You have had 3 horses foundered or killed?' he asked me. 'Yes, my lord.' 'How much were they worth?' 'Why,' said Porthos, 'that was very good of him, it seems to me.' 1,000 pistoles,' I said. 1,000 pistoles!" Porthos exclaimed. "Oh, that is a large sum. If he knew anything about horses, he would dispute the price." Faith, he was very much inclined to do so, the contemptible fellow. He made a great start and looked at me. I also looked at him. Then he understood, and putting his hand into a drawer, he took from it a quantity of notes on a bank in Lyons. "For 1,000 pistoles?" "For 1,000 pistoles. Just that amount, the beggar, not one too many." "And you have them?" "They are here." "Upon my word, I think he acted very generously." "Generously? To men who had risked their lives for him, and besides had done him a great service?" "A great service? What was that?" "Why, it seems that I crushed for him a Parliament councillor." "What? That little man in black that you upset at the corner of Saint-Jean's cemetery?" "That's the man, my dear fellow. He was an annoyance to the cardinal. Unfortunately, I didn't crush him flat. It seems that he came to himself and that he will continue to be an annoyance." "See that now," said Porthos, "and I turned my horse aside from going plump onto him. That will be for another time. He owed me for the councillor, the pettifogger." "But," said Porthos, "if he was not crushed completely—" "Ah, Monsieur de Richelieu would have said 500 crowns for the councillor. Well, let's say no more about it. How much were your animals worth, Porthos?" Ah, if poor Mousqueton were here, he could tell you to a fraction. No matter, you can tell me within 10 crowns. Why, Vulcan and Bayard cost me each about 200 pistoles, and putting Phoebus at 150, we should be pretty near the amount. There will remain then 450 pistoles, said D'Artagnan contentedly. Yes, said Porthos, but there are the equipments. Well, that is very true. Well, how much for the equipments? If we say 100 pistoles for the 3, good. For the 100 pistoles there remains then 350. Porthos made a sign of assent. We will give the 50 pistoles to the hostess for our expenses, said D'Artagnan, and share the 300. We will share, said Porthos. A paltry piece of business, murmured D'Artagnan, crumpling his note. Said Porthos, it is always that. But tell me, what? Didn't he speak of me in any way? Ah, yes, indeed, cried D'Artagnan, who was afraid of disheartening his friend by telling him that the cardinal had not breathed a word about him. Yes, he surely did. He said, resumed Porthos. Stop, I want to remember his exact words. He said, as to your friend, tell him he may sleep in peace. Good, very good, said Porthos. That signified as clear as daylight that he still intends to make me a baron. At this moment 9 o'clock struck. D'Artagnan started. Ah, yes, said Porthos, there's 9 o'clock. We have a rendezvous, you remember, at the Place Royale. Ah, stop, hold your peace, Porthos. Don't remind me of it. 'Tis that which has made me so cross since yesterday. I shall not go. Why? Asked Porthos. Because it is a grievous thing for me to meet again those 2 men who caused the failure of our enterprise. And yet, said Porthos, neither of them had any advantage over us. I still had a loaded pistol, and you were in full fight, sword in hand. Yes, said D'Artagnan, but what if this rendezvous had some hidden purpose? Oh, said Porthos, you can't think that, D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan did not believe Athos to be capable of a deception, but he sought an excuse for not going to the rendezvous. We must go, said the superb lord of Bracieux, lest they should say we were afraid. We who have faced 50 foes on the high road can well meet 2 in the Place Royale. Yes, yes, but they took part with the princes without appraising us of it. Athos and Aramis have played a game with me which alarms me. We discovered yesterday the truth. What is the use of going today to learn something else? You really have some distrust, then, said Porthos. Of Aramis, yes, since he has become an abbé. You can't imagine, my dear fellow, the sort of man he is. He sees us on the road which leads him to a bishopric, and perhaps will not be sorry to get us out of his way. Ah, as regards Aramis, that is another thing, said Porthos, and it wouldn't surprise me at all. Perhaps Monsieur de Beaufort will try in his turn to lay hands on us. Nonsense. He had us in his power, and he let us go. Besides, we can be on our guard. Let us take arms. Let Planchet post himself behind us with his carbine. Planchet is a frondeur, answered D'Artagnan. Oh, devil take these civil wars! One can no more now reckon on one's friends than on one's footmen, said Porthos. Ah, if Mousqueton were here! There's a fellow who will never desert me. So long as you are rich. Ah, my friend, 'tis not civil war that disunites us. It is that we are each of us 20 years older. It is that the honest emotions of youth have given place to suggestions of interest, whispers of ambition, counsels of selfishness. Yes, you are right. Let us go, Porthos, but let us go well armed. Were we not to keep the rendezvous, they would declare we were afraid. Hello, Planchet! Here, saddle our horses. Take your carbine.
Whom are we going to attack, sir?
No one, a mere matter of precaution, answered the Gascon.
You know, sir, that they wished to murder that good Councillor Broussel, the father of the people.
Really? Did they? Said D'Artagnan. Yes, but he has been avenged. He was carried home in the arms of his people. His house has been full ever since. He has received visits from the coadjutor, from Madame de Longueville, and the Prince de Conti. Madame de Chevreuse and Madame de Vendôme have left their names at his door. And now, whenever he wishes, Planchet began to sing. Un vent de fronde s'élève ce matin. Je crois qu'il gronde contre les Mazarin. Un vent de fronde s'est levé ce matin. It doesn't surprise me, said D'Artagnan in a low tone to Porthos, that Mazarin would have been much better satisfied had I crushed the life out of his counselor. You understand, then, monsieur, resumed Planchet, that if it were some enterprise like that undertaken against Monsieur Broussel, that you should ask me to take my carbine. No, don't be alarmed. But where did you get all those details? From a good source, sir. I heard it from Friquet. From Friquet? I know that name. A son of Monsieur de Broussel's servant, and a lad that, I promise you, in a revolt will not give away his share to the dogs. Is he not a singing boy at Notre Dame? Asked D'Artagnan. Yes, that is the very boy, patronized by Bazin. Ah, yes, I know. Of what importance is this little reptile to you? Asked Porthos. Gad, replied D'Artagnan, he has already given me good information, and he may do the same again. Whilst all this was going on, Athos and Aramis were entering Paris by the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. They had taken some refreshment on the road and hastened on, that they might not fail at the appointed place. Mazin was their only attendant, for Grimaud had stayed behind to take care of Mousqueton. As they were passing onward, Athos proposed that they should lay aside their arms and military costume and assume a dress more suited to the city. "Oh no, dear Count," cried Aramis. "Is it not a warlike encounter that we are going to?" "What do you mean, Aramis?" "That the Place Royale is the termination to the main road to Vendomois, and nothing else." "What? Our friends are become our most dangerous enemies, Athos. Let us be on our guard." "Oh, my dear D'Herblay!" "Who can say whether D'Artagnan may not have betrayed us to the cardinal? Who can tell whether Mazarin may not take advantage of this rendezvous to seize us?" "What? Aramis, you think that D'Artagnan, that Porthos would lend their hands to such an infamy?" "Among friends, my dear Athos, no, you are right, but among enemies it would only be a stratagem." Athos crossed his arms and bowed his noble head. "What can you expect, Athos? Men are so made, and we are not always 20 years old. We have cruelly wounded, as you know, that personal pride by which D'Artagnan is blindly governed. He has been beaten. Did you not observe his despair on the journey? As to Porthos, his barony was perhaps dependent on that affair. Well, he found us on his road, and will not be baron this time. Perhaps that famous barony will have something to do with our interview this evening. Let us take our precautions, Athos." "But suppose they come unarmed? What a disgrace to us!" "Oh, never fear. Besides, if they do, we can easily make an excuse. We came straight off a journey and are insurgents too." "An excuse for us? To meet D'Artagnan with a false excuse? To have to make a false excuse to Porthos? Oh, Aramis," continued Athos, shaking his head mournfully, "upon my soul, you make me the most miserable of men. You disenchant a heart not wholly dead to friendship. Go in whatever guise you choose. For my part, I shall go unarmed." "No, for I will not allow you to do so. 'Tis not one man, not Athos only, not the Comte de la Fère, whom you will ruin by this amiable weakness, but a whole party to whom you belong and who depend upon you." "Be it so, then," replied Athos sorrowfully, and they pursued their road in mournful silence. Scarcely had they reached by the Rue de la Mule the iron gate of the Place Royale, when they perceived 3 cavaliers, D'Artagnan, Porthos, and Planchet, the two former wrapped up in their military cloaks, under which their swords were hidden, and Planchet his musket by his side. They were waiting at the entrance of the Rue Sainte Catherine, and their horses were fastened to the rings of the arcade. Athos therefore commanded Bazin to fasten up his horse, and that of Aramis in the same manner. Then they advanced two and two, and saluted each other politely. "Now where will it be agreeable to you that we hold our conference?" inquired Aramis, perceiving that people were stopping to look at them, supposing that they were going to engage in one of those far-famed duels still extant in the memory of the Parisians, and especially the inhabitants of the Place Royale. "The gate is shut," said Aramis, "but if these gentlemen like a cool retreat under the trees and perfect seclusion, I will get the key from the Hôtel de Rohan, and we shall be well suited." D'Artagnan darted a look into the obscurity of the place. Porthos ventured to put his head between the railings to try if his glance could penetrate the gloom. "If you prefer any other place," said Athos in his persuasive voice, "choose for yourselves." "This place, if Monsieur d'Herblay can procure the key, is the best that we can have," was the answer. Aramis went off at once, begging Athos not to remain alone within reach of D'Artagnan and Porthos, a piece of advice which was received with a contemptuous smile. Aramis returned soon with a man from the Hôtel de Rohan, who was saying to him, "You swear, sir, that it is not so?" "Stop!" and Aramis gave him a louis d'or. "Ah, you will not swear, my master," said the concierge, shaking his head. "Well, one can never say what might happen. At present we and these gentlemen are excellent friends." "Yes, certainly," added Athos and the other two. D'Artagnan had heard the conversation and had understood it. "You see," he said to Porthos. "What do I see?" "That he wouldn't swear." "Swear what?" "That man wanted Aramis to swear that we are not going to the Place Royale to fight." "And Aramis wouldn't swear?" "No." "Attention, then." Athos did not lose sight of the two speakers. Aramis opened the gate and faced around in order that D'Artagnan and Porthos might enter. In passing through the gate, the hilt of the lieutenant's sword was caught in the grating, and he was obliged to pull off his cloak. In doing so, he showed the butt end of his pistols, and a ray of the moon was reflected on the shining metal. "Do you see?" whispered Aramis to Athos, touching his shoulder with one hand and pointing with the other to the arms which the Gascon wore under his belt. "Alas, I do," replied Athos with a deep sigh. He entered third, and Aramis, who shut the gate after him, last. The two serving men waited without, but, as if they likewise mistrusted each other, they kept their respective distances. End of chapter 27.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 28. The Place Royale. They proceeded silently to the center of the place, but as at this very moment the moon had just emerged from behind a cloud, they thought they might be observed if they remained on that spot, and therefore regained the shade of the lime trees. There were benches here and there. The four gentlemen stopped near them. At a sign from Athos, Porthos and D'Artagnan sat down. The two others stood in front of them. After a few minutes of silent embarrassment, Athos spoke. "Gentlemen," he said, "our presence here is the best proof of former friendship. Not one of us has failed the others at this rendezvous. Not one has, therefore, to reproach himself." "Hear me, Count," replied D'Artagnan. "Instead of making compliments to each other, let us explain our conduct to each other, like men of right and honest hearts." "I wish for nothing more. Have you any cause of complaint against me or Monsieur d'Herblay?" "If so, speak out," answered Athos. "I have," replied D'Artagnan. "When I saw you at your chateau at Bragelonne, I made certain proposals to you which you perfectly understood. Instead of answering me as a friend, you played with me as a child. The friendship, therefore, that you boast of was not broken yesterday by the shock of swords, but by your dissimulation at your castle." "D'Artagnan," said Athos reproachfully, "you asked for candor, and you have it. You ask what I have against you, I tell you. And I have the same sincerity to show you, if you wish, Monsieur d'Herblay. I acted in a similar way to you, and you also deceived me." "Really, monsieur, you say strange things," said Aramis. "You came seeking me to make to me certain proposals. But did you make them? No, you sounded me, nothing more." "Very well. What did I say to you? That Mazarin was contemptible, and that I wouldn't serve Mazarin. But that is all. Did I tell you that I wouldn't serve any other? On the contrary, I gave you to understand, I think, that I adhered to the princes. We even joked very pleasantly, if I remember rightly, on the very probable contingency of your being charged by the cardinal with my arrest. Were you a party man? There's no doubt of that. Well, why should not we, too, belong to a party? You had your secret, and we had ours. We didn't exchange them. So much the better. It proves that we know how to keep our secrets." "I do not reproach you, monsieur," said D'Artagnan. "'Tis only because Monsieur de la Fère has spoken of friendship that I question your conduct." "And what do you find in it that is worthy of blame?" asked Aramis haughtily. The blood mounted instantly to the temples of D'Artagnan, who arose and replied, "I consider it worthy conduct of a pupil of Jesuits." On seeing D'Artagnan rise, Porthos rose also. These four men were therefore all standing at the same time, with a menacing aspect, opposite to each other. Upon hearing D'Artagnan's reply, Aramis seemed about to draw his sword, when Athos prevented him. "D'Artagnan," he said, "you are here tonight still infuriated by yesterday's adventure. I believed your heart noble enough to enable a friendship of 20 years to overcome an affront of a quarter of an hour. Come, do you really think you have anything to say against me? Say it, then. If I am in fault, I will avow the error." The grave and harmonious tones of that beloved voice seemed to have still its ancient influence, whilst that of Aramis, which had become harsh and tuneless in his moments of ill humor, irritated him. He answered, therefore, "I think, Monsieur le Comte, that you had something to communicate to me at your chateau of Bragelonne. And that gentleman," he pointed to Aramis, "had also something to tell me when I was in his convent. At that time I was not concerned in the adventure in the course of which you have so successfully stopped me. However, because I was prudent, you must not take me for a fool. If I had wished to widen the breach between those whom Monsieur d'Herblay chooses to receive with a rope ladder and those whom he receives with a wooden ladder, I could have spoken out." "What are you meddling with?" cried Aramis, pale with anger, suspecting that D'Artagnan had acted as a spy on him and had seen him with Madame de Longueville. "I never meddle save with what concerns me, and I know how to make believe that I haven't seen what does not concern me. But I hate hypocrites, and among that number I place musketeers who are abbes, and abbes who are musketeers." And he added, turning to Porthos, "Here's a gentleman who's of the same opinion as myself." Porthos, who had not spoken one word, answered merely by a word and a gesture. He said yes, and he put his hand on his sword. Aramis started back and drew his. D'Artagnan bent forward, ready either to attack or to stand on his defense. Athos, at that moment, extended his hand with the air of supreme command which characterized him alone, drew out his sword and the scabbard at the same time, broke the blade in the sheath on his knee, and threw the pieces to his right. Then, turning to Aramis, "Aramis," he said, "break your sword." Aramis hesitated. "It must be done," said Athos. Then, in a lower and more gentle voice, he added, "I wish it." Then Aramis, paler than before, but subdued by these words, snapped the serpent blade between his hands, and then, folding his arms, stood trembling with rage. These proceedings made D'Artagnan and Porthos draw back. D'Artagnan did not draw his sword. Porthos put his back into the sheath. "Never," exclaimed Athos, raising his right hand to heaven, "never, I swear before God, who seeth us, and who, in the darkness of this night, heareth us, never shall my sword cross yours, never my eye express a glance of anger, nor my heart a throb of hatred at you. We lived together, we loved, we hated together, we shed, we mingled our blood together, and, too, probably I may still add, that there may be yet a bond between us closer even than that of friendship. Perhaps there may be the bond of crime, for we once did condemn, judge, and slay a human being whom we had not any right to cut off from this world, although apparently fitter for hell than for this life. D'Artagnan, I have always loved you as my son. Porthos, we slept 6 years side by side. Aramis is your brother as well as mine, and Aramis has once loved you, as I love you now, and as I have ever loved you. What can Cardinal Mazarin be to us, to 4 men who compelled such a man as Richelieu to act as we pleased? What is such or such a prince to us, who fixed the diadem upon a great queen's head? D'Artagnan, I ask your pardon for having yesterday crossed swords with you. Aramis does the same to Porthos. Now hate me if you can, but for my own part I shall ever, even if you do hate me, retain esteem and friendship for you. I repeat my words, Aramis, and then, if you desire it, and if they desire it, let us separate forever from our old friends. There was a solemn, though momentary silence, which was broken by Aramis. I swear, he said, with a calm brow and kindly glance, but in a voice still trembling with recent emotion, I swear that I no longer bear animosity to those who were once my friends. I regret that I ever crossed swords with you, Porthos. I swear not only that it shall never again be pointed at your breast, but that in the bottom of my heart there will never in future be the slightest hostile sentiment. Now, Athos, come. Athos was about to retire. "Oh, no, no, do not go away," exclaimed D'Artagnan, impelled by one of those irresistible impulses which showed the nobility of his nature, the native brightness of his character. "I swear that I would give the last drop of my blood and the last fragment of my limbs to preserve the friendship of such a friend as you, Athos, of such a man as you, Aramis." And he threw himself into the arms of Athos. "My son!" exclaimed Athos, pressing him in his arms. "And as for me," said Porthos, "I swear nothing, but I'm choked. Forsooth, if I were obliged to fight against you, I think I should allow myself to be pierced through and through, for I never loved anyone but you in the wide world." And honest Porthos burst into tears as he embraced Athos. "My friends," said Athos, "this is what I expected from such hearts as yours. Yes, I have said it, and I now repeat it. Our destinies are irrevocably united, although we now pursue divergent roads. I respect your convictions, and whilst we fight for opposite sides, let us remain friends. Ministers, princes, kings will pass away like mountain torrents, civil war like a forest flame, but we shall remain. I have a presentiment that we shall." "Yes," replied D'Artagnan, "let us still be musketeers, and let us retain as our battle standard that famous napkin of the Bastion Saint-Gervais, on which the great cardinal had 3 fleurs-de-lis embroidered." "Be it so," cried Aramis. "Cardinalists or frondeurs, what matters it? Let us meet again as capital seconds in a duel, devoted friends in business, merry companions in our ancient pleasures." "And whenever," added Athos, "we meet in battle, at this word, Place Royale, let us put our swords into our left hands and shake hands with the right, even in the very lust and music of the hottest carnage." "You speak charmingly," said Porthos. "And are the first of men," added D'Artagnan. "You excel us all." Athos smiled with ineffable pleasure. "'Tis then all settled. Gentlemen, your hands. Are we not pretty good Christians?" "Egad," said D'Artagnan, "by heaven, yes." "We should be so on this occasion, if only to be faithful to our oath," said Aramis. "Ah, I'm ready to do what you will," cried Porthos, "even to swear by Mahomet. Devil take me if I've ever been so happy as at this moment." And he wiped his eyes, still moist. "Has not one of you a cross?" asked Athos. Aramis smiled and drew from his vest a cross of diamonds, which was hung around his neck by a chain of pearls. "Here's one," he said. "Well," resumed Athos, "swear on this cross, which, in spite of its magnificent material, is still a cross. Swear to be united in spite of everything, and forever. And may this oath bind us to each other, and even, also, our descendants. Does this oath satisfy you?" "Yes," said they all, with one accord. "Ah, traitor," muttered D'Artagnan, leaning toward Aramis and whispering in his ear, "you have made us swear on the crucifix of a Frondeuse." End of chapter 28. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 29. The Ferry Across the Oise. We hope that the reader has not quite forgotten the young traveller whom we left on the road to Flanders. In losing sight of his guardian, whom he had quitted, gazing after him in front of the royal basilican, Raoul spurred on his horse in order not only to escape from his own melancholy reflections, but also to hide from Olivain the emotion his face might betray. 1 hour's rapid progress, however, sufficed to disperse the gloomy fancies that had clouded the young man's bright anticipations, and the hitherto unfelt pleasure of freedom, a pleasure which is sweet even to those who have never known dependence, seemed to Raoul to gild not only heaven and earth, but especially that blue but dim horizon of life we call the future. Nevertheless, after several attempts at conversation with Olivain, he foresaw that many days passed thus would prove exceedingly dull, and the Count's agreeable voice, his gentle and persuasive eloquence, recurred to his mind at the various towns through which they journeyed, and about which he had no longer anyone to give him those interesting details which he would have drawn from Athos, the most amusing and the best informed of guides. Another recollection contributed also to sadden Raoul. On their arrival at Sonore, he had perceived, hidden behind a screen of poplars, a little chateau which so vividly recalled that of La Valliere to his mind that he halted for nearly 10 minutes to gaze at it, and resumed his journey with a sigh too abstracted even to reply to Olivain's respectful inquiry about the cause of so much fixed attention. The aspect of external objects is often a mysterious guide, communicating with the fibres of memory, which, in spite of us, will arouse them at times. This thread, like that of Ariadne, when once unravelled, will conduct one through a labyrinth of thought, in which one loses oneself in endeavouring to follow that phantom of the past which is called recollection. Now the sight of this chateau had taken Raoul back 50 leagues westward, and had caused him to review his life from the moment when he had taken leave of little Louise to that in which he had seen her for the first time, and every branch of oak, every gilded weathercock on roof of slates, reminded him that, instead of returning to the friends of his childhood, every instant estranged him further, and that perhaps he had even left them forever. With a full heart and burning head, he desired Olivain to lead on the horses to a wayside inn, which he observed within gunshot range, a little in advance of the place they had reached. As for himself, he dismounted and remained under a beautiful group of chestnuts in flower, amidst which were murmuring a multitude of happy bees, and bade Olivain send the host to him with writing paper and ink, to be placed on a table which he found there, conveniently ready. Olivain obeyed and continued on his way, whilst Raoul remained sitting, with his elbow leaning on the table, from time to time gently shaking the flowers from his head, which fell upon him like snow, and gazing vaguely on the charming landscape spread out before him, dotted over with green fields and groups of trees. Raoul had been there about 10 minutes, during 5 of which he was lost in reverie, when there appeared within the circle comprised in his rolling gaze a man with a rubicund face, who, with a napkin around his body, another under his arm, and a white cap upon his head, approached him, holding paper, pen, and ink in hand. "Ha, ha!" laughed the apparition. "Every gentleman seems to have the same fancy, for not a quarter of an hour ago a young lad, well mounted like you, as tall as you, and of about your age, halted before this clump of trees, and had this table and this chair brought here, and dined here, with an old gentleman who seemed to be his tutor, upon a pie, of which they haven't left a mouthful, and 2 bottles of Michon wine, of which they haven't left a drop. But fortunately we have still some of the same wine, and some of the same pies left, and if your worship will but give your orders, "No, friend," replied Raoul, smiling. "I am obliged to you, but at this moment I want nothing but the things for which I have asked. Only I shall be very glad if the ink prove black and the pen good. Upon these conditions I will pay for the pen the price of the bottle, and for the ink the price of the pie." "Very well, sir," said the host. "I'll give the pie and the bottle of wine to your servant, and in this way you will have the pen and ink into the bargain." "Do as you like," said Raoul, who was beginning his apprenticeship with that particular class of society who, when there were robbers on the highroads, were connected with them, and who, since highwaymen no longer exist, have advantageously and aptly filled their vacant place. The host, his mind at ease about his bill, placed pen, ink, and paper upon the table. By a lucky chance the pen was tolerably good, and Raoul began to write. The host remained standing in front of him, looking with a kind of involuntary admiration at his handsome face, combining both gravity and sweetness of expression. Beauty has always been, and always will be, all-powerful. "He's not a guest like the other one here just now," observed mine host to Olivain, who had rejoined his master to see if he wanted anything. "And your young master has no appetite." "My master had appetite enough 3 days ago, but what can one do? He lost it the day before yesterday." And Olivain and the host took their way together toward the inn, Olivain, according to the custom of serving men, well pleased with their place, relating to the tavern-keeper all that he could say in favor of the young gentleman, whilst Raoul wrote on thus: "Sir, after a 4 hours' march I stop to write to you, for I miss you every moment, and I am always on the point of turning my head as if to reply when you speak to me. I was so bewildered by your departure, and so overcome with grief at our separation, that I'm sure I was able to but very feebly express all the affection and gratitude I feel towards you. You will forgive me, sir, for your heart is of such a generous nature that you can well understand all that has passed in mine. I entreat you to write to me, for you form a part of my existence, and, if I may venture to tell you so, I also feel anxious. It seemed to me as if you were yourself preparing for some dangerous undertaking, about which I did not dare to question you, since you told me nothing. I have, therefore, as you see, great need of hearing from you. Now that you are no longer beside me, I am afraid every moment of erring. You sustain me powerfully, sir, and I protest to you that today I feel very lonely. Will you have the goodness, sir, should you receive news from Blois, to send me a few lines about my little friend Mademoiselle de la Vallière, about whose health, when we left, so much anxiety was felt? You can understand, honored and dear guardian, how precious and indispensable to me is the remembrance of the years that I have passed with you. I hope that you will sometimes, too, think of me, and if at certain hours you should miss me, if you should feel any slight regret at my absence, I shall be overwhelmed with joy at the thought that you appreciate my affection for and my devotion to yourself, and that I have been able to prove them to you whilst I had the happiness of living with you." After finishing this letter, Raoul felt more composed. He looked well around him to see if Olivain and the host might not be watching him, whilst he impressed a kiss upon the paper, a mute and touching caress which the heart of Athos might well divine on opening the letter. During this time Olivain had finished his bottle and eaten his pie. The horses were also refreshed. Raoul motioned to the host to approach, threw a crown upon the table, mounted his horse, and posted his letter at Senlis. The rest that had been thus afforded to men and horses enabled them to continue their journey at a good round pace. At Verberie, Raoul desired Olivain to make some inquiry about the young man who was preceding them. He had been observed to pass only 3/4 of an hour previously, but he was well mounted, as the tavern-keeper had already said, and rode at a rapid pace. "Let us try and overtake this gentleman," said Raoul to Olivain. "Like ourselves, he is on his way to join the army, and may prove agreeable company." It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Raoul arrived at Compiègne. There he dined heartily, and again inquired about the young gentleman who was in advance of them. He had stopped, like Raoul, at the hotel of the Bell and Bottle, the best at Compiègne, and had started again on his journey, saying that he should sleep at Noyon. "Well, let us sleep at Noyon," said Raoul. "Sir," replied Olivain respectfully, "allow me to remark that we have already much fatigued the horses this morning. I think it would be well to sleep here, and to start again very early tomorrow. 18 leagues is enough for the first stage." "The Comte de la Fère wished me to hasten on," replied Raoul, "that I might rejoin the prince on the morning of the 4th day. Let us push on, then, to Noyon. It will be a stage similar to those we travelled from Blois to Paris. We shall arrive at 8 o'clock. The horses will have a long night's rest, and at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning we can be again on the road." Olivain dared offer no opposition to this determination, but he followed his master, grumbling. Go on," said he between his teeth. "Expend your ardor the first day. Tomorrow, instead of journeying 12 leagues, you will travel 10. The day after tomorrow, 5. And in 3 days you will be in bed. There you must rest. Young people are such braggarts." It was easy to see that Olivain had not been taught in the school of the Planchets and the Grimauds. Raoul really felt tired, but he was desirous of testing his strength, and, brought up in the principles of Athos, and certain of having heard him speak 1,000 times of stages of 25 leagues, he did not wish to fall far short of his model. D'Artagnan, that man of iron, who seemed to be made of nerve and muscle only, had struck him with admiration. Therefore, in spite of Olivain's remarks, he continued to urge his steed more and more, and following a pleasant little path leading to a ferry, and which he had been assured shortened the journey by the distance of 1 league, he arrived at the summit of a hill and perceived the river flowing before him. A little troop of men on horseback were waiting on the edge of the stream, ready to embark. Raoul did not doubt this was the gentleman and his escort. He called out to him, but they were too distant to be heard. Then, in spite of the weariness of his beast, he made it gallop, but the rising ground soon deprived him of all sight of the travellers, and when he had again attained a new height, the ferry-boat had left the shore, and was making for the opposite bank. Raoul, seeing that he could not arrive in time to cross the ferry with the travellers, halted to wait for Olivain. At this moment a shriek was heard that seemed to come from the river. Raoul turned toward the side whence the cry had sounded, and shaded his eyes from the glare of the setting sun with his hand. "Olivain!" he exclaimed, "what do I see below there?" A second scream, more piercing than the first, now sounded. "Oh, sir!" cried Olivain, "the rope which holds the ferry-boat has broken, and the boat is drifting. But what do I see in the water? Something struggling." "Oh, yes!" exclaimed Raoul, fixing his glance on one point in the stream, splendidly illumined by the setting sun. "A horse! A rider!" "They're sinking!" cried Olivain in his turn. It was true, and Raoul was convinced that some accident had happened, and that a man was drowning. He gave his horse its head, struck his spurs into its sides, and the animal, urged by pain and feeling that he had space open before him, bounded over a kind of paling which enclosed the landing place, and fell into the river, scattering to a distance waves of white froth. "Ah, sir!" cried Olivain, "what are you doing? Good God!" Raoul was directing his horse toward the unhappy man in danger. This was, in fact, a custom familiar to him. Having been brought up on the banks of the Loire, he might have been said to have been cradled on its waves. 100 times he had crossed it on horseback, 1,000 times had swum across. Athos, foreseeing the period when he should make a soldier of the Vicomte, had inured him to all kinds of arduous undertakings. "Oh, heavens!" continued Olivain in despair, "what would the Count say if he only saw you now?" "The Count would do as I do," replied Raoul, urging his horse vigorously forward. But I, cried Olivain, pale and disconsolate, rushing about on the shore. "How shall I cross?" "Leap, coward!" cried Raoul, swimming on. Then addressing the traveller, who was struggling 20 yards in front of him, "Courage, sir," said he, "courage! We're coming to your aid." Olivain advanced, retired, then made his horse rear, turned it, and then, struck to the core by shame, leaped as Raoul had done, only repeating, "I am a dead man! We are lost!" In the meantime the ferry-boat had floated away, carried down by the stream, and the shrieks of those whom it contained resounded more and more. A man with gray hair had thrown himself from the boat into the river, and was swimming vigorously toward the person who was drowning. But being obliged to go against the current, he advanced but slowly. Raoul continued his way, and was visibly gaining ground, but the horse and its rider, of whom he did not lose sight, were evidently sinking. The nostrils of the horse were no longer above water, and the rider, who had lost the reins in struggling, fell with his head back and his arms extended. One moment longer, and all would disappear. "Courage!" cried Raoul. "Courage!" "Too late," murmured the young man, "too late." The water closed above his head and stifled his voice. Raoul sprang from his horse, to which he left the charge of its own preservation, and in 3 or 4 strokes was at the gentleman's side. He seized the horse at once by the curb and raised its head above water. The animal began to breathe again, and, as if comprehended that they had come to his aid, redoubled his efforts. Raoul, at the same time, seized one of the young man's hands and placed it on the mane, which it grasped with the tenacity of a drowning man. Thus, sure that the rider would not release his hold, Raoul now only directed his attention to the horse, which he guided to the opposite bank, helping it to cut through the water and encouraging it with words. All at once the horse stumbled against a ridge and then placed its foot on the sand. "Saved!" exclaimed the man with grey hair, who also touched bottom. "Saved!" mechanically repeated the young gentleman, releasing the mane and sliding from the saddle into Raoul's arms. Raoul was but 10 yards from the shore. There he bore the fainting man, and laying him down upon the grass, unfastened the buttons of his collar and unhooked his doublet. A moment later, the grey-headed man was beside him. Olivain managed in his turn to land, after crossing himself repeatedly, and the people in the ferry-boat guided themselves as well as they were able toward the bank, with the aid of a pole which chanced to be in the boat. Thanks to the attentions of Raoul and the man who accompanied the young gentleman, the color gradually returned to the pale cheeks of the dying man, who opened his eyes, at first entirely bewildered, but who soon fixed his gaze upon the person who had saved him. "Ah, sir," he exclaimed, "it was you. Without you I was a dead man, thrice dead." "But one recovers, sir, as you perceive," replied Raoul, "and we have but had a little bath." "Oh, sir, what gratitude I feel!" exclaimed the man with grey hair. "Ah, there you are, my good D'Arminges. I have given you a great fright, have I not? But it is your own fault. You were my tutor. Why did you not teach me to swim?" "Oh, Monsieur le Comte," replied the old man, "had any misfortune happened to you, I should never have dared to show myself to the marshal again." "But how did the accident happen?" asked Raoul. "Oh, sir, in the most natural way possible," replied he to whom they had given the title of Count. "We were about 1/3 of the way across the river when the cord of the ferry-boat broke. Alarmed by the cries and gestures of the boatmen, my horse sprang into the water. I cannot swim, and dared not throw myself into the river. Instead of aiding the movements of my horse, I paralyzed them, and I was just going to drown myself with the best grace in the world when you arrived just in time to pull me out of the water. Therefore, sir, if you will agree, henceforward we are friends until death." "Sir," replied Raoul, bowing, "I am entirely at your service, I assure you." "I am called the Count de Guiche," continued the young man. "My father is the Marechal de Grimaud, and now that you know who I am, do me the honor to inform me who you are." "I am the Vicomte de Bragelonne," replied Raoul, blushing at being unable to name his father, as the Count de Guiche had done. "Vicomte, your countenance, your goodness, and your courage incline me towards you. My gratitude is already due. Shake hands, I crave your friendship." "Sir," said Raoul, returning the Count's pressure of the hand, "I like you already, from my heart. Pray regard me as a devoted friend, I beseech you." "And now, where are you going, Vicomte?" inquired De Guiche. "To join the army, under the prince, Count." "And I too!" exclaimed the young man in a transport of joy. "Oh, so much the better. We will fire the first shot together." "It is well. Be friends," said the tutor. "Young as you both are, you were perhaps born under the same star, and were destined to meet. And now," continued he, "you must change your clothes. Your servants, to whom I gave directions the moment they had left the ferry-boat, ought to be already at the inn. Linen and wine are both being warmed. Come." The young men had no objection to this proposition. On the contrary, they thought it very timely. They mounted again at once, whilst looks of admiration passed between them. They were indeed 2 elegant horsemen, with figures slight and upright, noble faces, bright and proud looks, loyal and intelligent smiles. De Guiche might have been about 18 years of age, but he was scarcely taller than Raoul, who was only 15. End of chapter 29.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Collins, Nottingham, England. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 30. Skirmishing. The halt at Noyon was but brief, everyone there being wrapped in profound sleep. Raoul had desired to be awakened should Grimaud arrive, but Grimaud did not arrive. Doubtless, too, the horses on their part appreciated the 8 hours of repose and the abundant stabling which was granted them. The Count de Guiche was awakened at 5 o'clock in the morning by Raoul, who came to wish him good day. They breakfasted in haste, and at 6 o'clock had already gone 10 miles. The young Count's conversation was most interesting to Raoul, therefore he listened much, whilst the Count talked well and long. Brought up in Paris, where Raoul had been but once, at the court, which Raoul had never seen, his follies as page, 2 duels which he had already found the means of fighting, in spite of the edicts against them, and more especially in spite of his tutor's vigilance. These things excited the greatest curiosity in Raoul. Raoul had only been at Monsieur Scarron's house. He named to Guiche the people whom he had seen there. Guiche knew everybody. Madame de Neuillan, Mademoiselle d'Aubigne, Mademoiselle de Scudery, Mademoiselle Paulet, Madame de Chevreuse. He criticized everybody humorously. Raoul trembled, lest he should laugh among the rest at Madame de Chevreuse, for whom he entertained deep and genuine sympathy. But either instinctively or from affection for the Duchess, he said everything in her favour. His praises increased Raoul's friendship twofold. Then came the question of gallantry and love affairs. Under this head also Bragelonne had much more to hear than to tell. He listened attentively, and fancied that he discovered through 3 or 4 rather frivolous adventures that the Count, like himself, had a secret to hide in the depths of his heart. De Guiche, as we have said before, had been educated at the court, and the intrigues of this court were not unknown to him. It was the same court of which Raoul had so often heard the Comte de la Fère speak, except that its aspect had much changed since the period when Athos himself had been part of it. Therefore everything which the Count de Guiche related was new to his travelling companion. The young Count, witty and caustic, passed all the world in review. The Queen herself was not spared, and Cardinal Mazarin came in for his share of ridicule. The day passed away as rapidly as an hour. The Count's tutor, a man of the world and a bon vivant, up to his eyes in learning, as his pupil described him, often recalled the profound erudition, the witty and caustic satire of Athos to Raoul, but as regarded grace, delicacy, and nobility of external appearance, no one in these points was to be compared to the Comte de la Fère. The horses, which were more kindly used than on the previous day, stopped at Arras at 4 o'clock in the evening. They were approaching the scene of war, and as bands of Spaniards sometimes took advantage of the night to make expeditions even as far as the neighbourhood of Arras, they determined to remain in the town until the morrow. The French army held all between Pont-à-Marc as far as Valenciennes, falling back upon Douai. The prince was said to be in person at Bethune. The enemy's army extended from Cassel to Courtrai, and as there was no species of violence or pillage it did not commit, The poor people on the frontier quitted their isolated dwellings and fled for refuge into the strong cities, which held out a shelter to them. Arras was encumbered with fugitives. An approaching battle was much spoken of, the prince having manoeuvred until that moment only in order to await a reinforcement that had just reached him. The young men congratulated themselves on having arrived so opportunely. The evening was employed in discussing the war. The grooms polished their arms, the young men loaded their pistols in case of a skirmish, and they awoke in despair, having both dreamed that they had arrived too late to participate in the battle. In the morning it was rumoured that the Prince de Condé had evacuated Bethune and fallen back on Calvin, leaving, however, a strong garrison in the former city. But as there was nothing positively certain in this report, the young warriors decided to continue their way towards Bethune, free on the road to diverge to the right and march to Calvin if necessary. The count's tutor was well acquainted with the country. He consequently proposed to take a crossroad which lay between that of Lens and that of Bethune. They obtained information at Ablain, and a statement of their route was left for Grimaud. About 7 o'clock in the morning they set out. De Guiche, who was young and impulsive, said to Raoul, "Here we are, 3 masters and 3 servants. Our valets are well armed, and yours seem to be tough enough." "I've never seen him put to the test," replied Raoul, "but he's a Breton, which promises something." Yes, resumed De Guiche, "I'm sure he can fire a musket when required. On my side I have 2 sure men who have been in action with my father. We therefore represent 6 fighting men. If we should meet a little troop of enemies, equal or even superior in number to our own, shall we charge them, Raoul?" "Certainly, sir," replied the Viscount. "Hullo, young people, stop there," said the tutor, joining in the conversation. "Zounds, how you maneuver my instructions, Count! You seem to forget the orders I received to conduct you safe and sound to his Highness the Prince. Once with the army you may be killed at your good pleasure, but until that time I warn you that in my capacity of general of the army I shall order a retreat and turn my back on the first red coat we come across." De Guiche and Raoul glanced at each other, smiling. They arrived at Ablain without accident. There they inquired and learned that the prince had in reality quitted Bethune and stationed himself between Cambrai and La Ventie. Therefore, leaving directions at every place for Grimaud, they took a crossroads which conducted the little troop by the bank of a small stream flowing into the Lys. The country was beautiful, intersected by valleys as green as the emerald. Here and there they passed little copses crossing the path which they were following. In anticipation of some ambuscade in each of these little woods, the tutor placed his 2 servants at the head of the band, thus forming the advance guard. Himself and the 2 young men represented the body of the army, whilst Olivain, with his rifle upon his knee and his eyes upon the watch, protected the rear. They had observed for some time before, on the horizon, a rather thick wood, and when they had arrived at a distance of 100 steps from it, Monsieur d'Arminges took his usual precautions and sent on in advance the count's 2 grooms. The servants had just disappeared under the trees, followed by the tutor, and the young men were laughing and talking about 100 yards off. Olivain was at the same distance in the rear when suddenly there resounded 5 or 6 musket shots. The tutor cried, "Halt!" The young men obeyed, pulling up their steeds, and at the same moment the 2 valets were seen returning at a gallop. The young men, impatient to learn the cause of the firing, spurred on towards the servants. The tutor followed them. "Were you stopped?" eagerly inquired the 2 youths. "No," replied the servants. "It is even probable that we have not been seen. The shots were fired about 100 paces in advance of us in the thickest part of the wood, and we returned to ask your advice." "My advice is this," said Monsieur d'Arminges, "and if needs be my will, that we beat a retreat. There may be an ambuscade concealed in this wood." "Did you see nothing there?" asked the count. "I thought I saw," said one of the servants, "horsemen dressed in yellow, creeping along the bed of the stream." "That's it," said the tutor. "We have fallen in with a party of Spaniards. Come back, sirs, back." The two youths looked at each other, and at this moment a pistol shot and cries for help were heard. Another glance between the young men convinced them both that neither had any wish to go back, and as the tutor had already turned his horse's head, they both spurred forward, Raoul crying, "Follow me, Olivain!" and the Count de Guiche, "Follow, Urbain, Planchet!" And before the tutor could recover from his surprise, they had both disappeared into the forest. Whilst they spurred their steeds, they held their pistols ready also. In 5 minutes they arrived at the spot whence the noise had proceeded, and then restraining their horses, they advanced cautiously. "Hush!" whispered De Guiche, "these are cavaliers." "Yes, 3 on horseback, and 3 who have dismounted." "Can you see what they're doing?" "Yes, they appear to be searching a wounded or dead man." "It is some cowardly assassination," said De Guiche. "They are soldiers, though," resumed de Bragelonne. "Yes, skirmishers, that is to say, highway robbers." "At them!" cried Raoul. "At them!" echoed De Guiche. "Oh, gentlemen, gentlemen, in the name of heaven!" cried the poor tutor. But he was not listened to, and his cries only served to arouse the attention of the Spaniards. The men on horseback at once rushed at the 2 youths, leaving the 3 others to complete the plunder of the dead or wounded travelers. For on approaching nearer, instead of 1 extended figure, the young men discovered 2. De Guiche fired the first shot at 10 paces and missed his man, and the Spaniard, who had advanced to meet Raoul, aimed in his turn, and Raoul felt a pain in the left arm, similar to that of a blow from a whip. He let off his fire at but 4 paces. Struck in the breast and extending his arms, the Spaniard fell back on the crupper, and the terrified horse, turning round, carried him off. Raoul at this moment perceived the muzzle of a gun pointed at him, and remembering the recommendation of Athos, he, with the rapidity of lightning, made his horse rear as the shot was fired. His horse bounded to one side, losing its footing, and fell, entangling Raoul's leg under its body. The Spaniard sprang forward and seized the gun by its muzzle, in order to strike Raoul on the head with the butt. In the position in which Raoul lay, unfortunately, he could neither draw his sword from the scabbard nor his pistols from their holsters. The butt end of the musket hovered over his head, and he could scarcely restrain himself from closing his eyes, when, with one bound, Guiche reached the Spaniard and placed a pistol at his throat. "Yield!" he cried, "or you are a dead man!" The musket fell from the soldier's hands, who yielded on the instant. Guiche summoned one of his grooms, and delivering the prisoner into his charge, with orders to shoot him through the head if he attempted to escape, he leapt from his horse and approached Raoul. "Faith, sir," said Raoul, smiling, although his pallor betrayed the excitement consequent on a first affair, "you are in a great hurry to pay your debts, and have not been long under any obligation to me. Without your aid," continued he, repeating the count's words, "I should have been a dead man, thrice dead." "My antagonist took flight," replied De Guiche, "and left me at liberty to come to your assistance. But are you seriously wounded? I see you are covered with blood." "I believe," said Raoul, "that I've got something like a scratch on the arm. If you'll help me to drag myself from under my horse, I hope nothing need prevent us continuing our journey." Monsieur d'Arminges and Olivain had already dismounted, and were attempting to raise the struggling horse. At last Raoul succeeded in drawing his foot from the stirrup and his leg from under the animal, and in a second he was on his feet again. "Nothing broken?" asked De Guiche. "Faith, no, thank heaven," replied Raoul. "But what's become of the poor wretches whom these scoundrels were murdering?" "I fear we arrived too late. They have killed them, I think, and taken flight, carrying off their booty. My servants are examining the bodies." "Let us go and see whether they are quite dead, or if they can still be helped," suggested Raoul. "Olivain, we have come into possession of 2 horses, but I have lost my own. Take for yourself the better of the 2 and give me yours." They approached the spot where the unfortunate victims lay. End of chapter.